I mean, that's the whole point of the Money Donuts podcast.
Kind of get like the behind the scenes intel.
We want to limit it to $10. I didn't feel like I had a say in this.
The purpose is the same. It's helping people.
Check out an episode at rcu.org/podcast.
Or wherever you listen to your favorite podcast.
Rest in peace, my granny, she got hit by a bazooka. Kaboom, kaboom, kaboom. Rest in peace, my granny, she got hit by a bazooka. Yeah, I think about it every time I hit the hookah. Kaboom, kaboom, kaboom. I was in my room trying to teach my little sister. Then I heard a boom and it sounded like a missile. Who that is? What that was? Oh, that granny, she does. What the fuck they hit her with? What the hell they hit her with? A freaking vase. Every time I close my eyes, I'm drawing pictures of that bliss. Every time I close my eyes, I'm thinking about how they did you quick. Pretty, I'm sorry, but I'm gonna have to go ahead and forgive and forget. I don't know what you want me to do. You gon' slide, you gon' lose your whole crew. Homicide when I think about you. If you was, I nigga, what would you do? Rest in peace, my granny, she got hit by a bazooka. Yeah, I think about it every time I hit the hookah. Kaboom, kaboom, kaboom. Rest in peace, my granny, she got hit by a bazooka. Yeah, I think about it every time I hit the hookah. As above as it is below. So within it is so without me, baby. Our daddy is the sun and our mama be the moon. We all had a star within us trying to bloom. We are alive down to this body. And until we are free from our days, we must turn the black into white and make less heavy the pain. Oh, honey, that black wizard watches us. He is a witness to the wicked ways. Oh, baby, that black wizard is here to witness the pain. Black wizard is not a man, but a lover's kiss on a bloody cheek. Oh, baby, come on, please, please, honey, just let it go. Let them tears fall and they won't fall to the floor. No, sweetie, I'll keep them tears as a jar. Yeah, baby, a metaphorical jar of the years wasted, of them lonely years wasted on the wrong man and woman. Oh, baby, a kiss on the forehead, I'll tuck you into a honeymoon. Yeah, I know they've hurt you. I know they've lied to you. I just wanna bring warmth to all, baby. The white wizard metaphorically, son. Oh, I hope you're the one. Yeah, baby, you gon' be the one to love each other. Oh, it's as above as it is below. So within it is so without, baby. Our daddy is the sun and our mama be the moon. We all let us star within us trying to bloom. We are alive down to this body. And until we are free from our days, we must turn the black into white and make less heavy the pain. Oh, honey, that black wizard watches. He is a witness to the wicked ways. Oh, baby, that black wizard is here to witness the pain. Black wizard is not a man, but a lover's kiss on a bloody cheek. Oh, my brother, oh, my sister, yeah, my lovers and the love. Oh, honey, don't you wanna be the love and the lover unconditional warmth from the embrace of a lover's arms? Honey, unconditional support of a friend. And forgiveness and self-love is the unconditional way. Oh, it's as above as it is below. So within it is so without a baby. My daddy is the sun and my mama be the moon. We all had a star within us trying to bloom. We are alive down to this body. And until we are free from our days, things turn black into white and make less heavy the pain. Oh, honey, that black wizard watches. He is a witness to the wicked ways. Oh, baby, that black wizard is here to witness the pain. Black wizard is not a man, but a lover's kiss on a bloody cheek. Black wizard sees a star. Stare bound to the body.
No! Gillian! How many times? No improv, no theatrics. Just head the ball. With your head! You're not even listening to me. None of these players listen to me, okay? We need to control this somehow. These players are doing whatever they want all the time.
Taking so long. What's the problem? The director.
Not okay. It's
You
not.
guys put it away, got a lot of kids walking in.
She's here.
Give us a second, right?
Just give us 2 minutes.
No, I ain't even got 1 minute. What we doing? The kids ready? I'm ready.
Guys, what are you doing? Where are you going? Stop that!
You just wanted to get people interested in space again.
Yes, yeah.
Capture the imagination.
Yes, that was the idea.
You know, there are American heroes who don't like this idea. Neil Armstrong, Gene Cernan have both testified against commercial spaceflight in the way that you're developing it, and I wonder what you think of that.
I was very sad to see that because those guys, yeah, those guys are heroes, man. So it's really tough.
They inspired you to do this, didn't they?
Yeah.
And to see them casting stones in your direction.
It's difficult.
When you had that third failure in a row, did you think, I need to pack this in?
No,
Why not?
I don't ever give up.
Turn your passion into your profession. Shopify makes it easy to sell online. Whatever you love, make it your business with Shopify.
Wait, whose party is this right now? Give me. Nice to meet you. Are you next? Bitch, we can get petty. Tell me if you're ready. I was playing nice. We can change the setting. We can get petty. We can get petty. Yeah. We can get petty. Tell me if you're ready. I was playing nice. We can change the setting. We can get petty. We can get petty. Yeah.
Afuera. Go outside.
Broke bitches always in some shit except businesses. Trying to bring us down so they bring up us rich bitches. Talking up and that won't get you far, but if this is gossip that affect my pockets, it's gon' hit different. Got to get explicit. And with Twitter, listen. You gon' have to speak up when you talk, I'm here to listen. If you poppin' shit, you probably wishing I'm religious. This collision finna get you feeling hella Christian. Look, you gon' need that energy you got when you stand to me. All the caps locking when you talking on the near to me. Wish a bitch would yell at me. Fuck a bitch's jealousy. May not be your cup of tea, but I'm your boyfriend's fantasy. If we can get petty, tell me if you're ready. I was playing nice. We can change the setting. We can get petty. We can get petty. Yeah. We can get petty. Tell me if you're ready. I was playing nice. We can change the setting. We can get petty. We can get petty. Yeah. Bro, I'm so tired of the commenting on me and mine when all you bitches really ain't got no positive. And gonna get $1,000 if you and your 3 hoe ass friends. Go put your savings in a pot, you fucking doctors out here judging bitches like us, cause you forgot that I don't got time, but I'll make time if it means dragging a little bitch. I'm trying to call you fucking hoes, y'all starting problems. If you slick, I'm about to drag you by the fucking edges. Both of us ain't got this quite ironic, stale, bland ass bitches. So it's all you about to get your season. We about to make this even. You talking shit about me, you about to get your reason. Cause I've been on my vibe and on your rim, I'm meditating shit. But if you want, bitch, I can put this fucking hair up on my shit. We can get petty. Tell me if you're ready. Yeah. I was playing nice. We can change the setting. We can get petty. We can get petty. Yeah. We can get petty. Tell me if you're ready. I was playing nice. We can change the setting. We can get petty. We can get petty. Yeah. We can get petty. Tell me if you're ready. Yeah. I was playing nice. We can change the setting. We can get petty. We can get petty. Yeah. We can get petty. Tell me if you're ready. I was playing nice. We can change the setting. We can get petty. We can get petty. Yeah.
Telling myself I won't go there. Oh, but I know that I won't care. trying to wash away all the blood I spilled. This loss is a burden that we both share. Two sinners can atone from a lone prayer. Souls tied, intertwined by pride and guilt. There's darkness in the distance from the way that I've been living, but I know I can't resist it. Oh, I love it and I hate it at the same time. You and I drink the poison from the same vine. Oh, I love it and I hate it at the same time. Hiding all of our sins from the daylight, from the daylight, running from the daylight, from the daylight, running from the daylight. Oh, I love it and I hate it at the same time. Telling myself it's the last time. Can you spare any mercy that you might find? If I'm down on my knees, deep down, way down, Lord, I trying to follow your light, but it's nighttime. Please don't leave me in the end. There's darkness in the distance. I'm begging for forgiveness, but I know I might resist it. Oh, I love it and I hate it at the same time. You and I drink the poison from the same vine. Oh, I love it and I hate it at the same time. Hiding all of our sins from the daylight, from the daylight, running from the daylight, from the daylight, running from the daylight. Oh, I love it and I hate it at the same time.
Yes, the candy, sausage. Most people's gonna do it the way I do, very personal. So like give the money in tons, you know, like whatever. I just like sausage.
Just for planks. Yeah.
You think you're original? You ain't original. You were programmed to be you. You're a slave and you don't even know it. Shit you think of it, even your thoughts. Let's step out the box for a minute. Yeah. How do we know if God exists? How do we know it's positive? Are you the definition of an angel or the opposite? If you lost your wallet and I found it, I would not commit to stealing it. But if the tables turn and you would pocket it. See, I've been me for so long, but I still don't know who Hobson is. How come I'm the one my teachers used to have a problem with? I show my music to different labels, they ain't too fond of it. But in the underground, I seem to get so many compliments. Say my name and it's like people get afraid and shook. But if you take a look, you'll see I'm nothing like an angry crook. I'm learning hands-on, you busy with your face and books. I'm here to benefit the world, so heaven's where we're safely put. I'm not a devil, not speaking in tongues. I just want to touch your heart, I try to reach it in songs. I'm from where a child's future's on the streets with the bums. Because it's hard to become something so unique where I'm from. When the sun's down, I turn the rainbow so in the air so high. It may seem so that I can't see, but the darkness provides the light from me. I don't wanna be lonely. The road is my only homie. There's a higher power than show me. Instead of not turning rainbows. Obama's president, so what's it represent? Just because the niggas half black don't mean he's heaven sent. You're clueless to evidence, and all the minds he's messing with. His charming smile hasn't got my ass about this death for shit. Frontin' like he's truly Jesus, and all you fools believe it. The change he's making isn't good, that's just how you conceived it. It's like we all broken than never. It's due to reasons dealing with self-beneficial plans and the movement he's with. Illuminati, or whatever the fuck they go by. They're the reason weird shit happens, and we don't know why. Why did Michael Jackson start his tour and have to go die? How did rap music go from really good to so dry? Real artists get shelved and whack ones get famous. To leave masses brainless, a smart mind is dangerous. In their eyes, there probably ain't no real shit in your playlist. You just a product of what the government has created. When the sun's down, I turn the rainbow so in the air so high. It may seem so that I can't see, but the darkness provides the light from me. I don't wanna be lonely. The road is my only homie. There's a higher power than show me. Instead of not turning the rainbow. Yo, we're all smart, and we know it's bad and good for us. But yet when you got offered some marijuana, you took a puff. Your brain's a fucking powerhouse. But what, that wasn't good enough? It's people like you who talk that shit and coulda, woulda stuff. You probably threw your life away, cause you would rather get high. When no license a car, so you bump rides to get by. Saying I should have did this or I shouldn't have hung with this. Fuck my rims high. I should have realized I ain't being cruel with these situations I address. I'm more than likely to be someone you admire, yes, but it's because the blood, sweat, and all the time that I invest. We play the same game. Difference is you never try your best. You don't have a skill, you set yourself up for a higher mess. I work around the clock. You slack off for lots of time to rest. Keep bullshitting till your life is gone. Cause living's naturally hell. You have to work to put a smile on. Sit down. I turn the rainbow so in the air so high. It may seem so that I can't see, but the darkness provides the light from me. I don't wanna be lonely. The road is my only homie. There's a higher power than show me. Instead of not turning the rainbow. When the sun's down, nocturnal rainbow soar in the air so high. It may seem so that I can't see, but the darkness provides the light from me. I don't wanna be lonely, and the moon is my only homie. If there's a higher power, then show me. Instead of not nocturnal rainbow. Nocturnal rainbow soar in the air so high. Nocturnal rainbow soar in the air so high. Nocturnal rainbow soar in the air so high. Nocturnal rainbow soar in the air so high.
having a touch. I wanna hold you so much. Now this love has arrived, and I thank God I'm alive. You're just too good to be true. Can't take my eyes off of you. Caught in the way that I stare. There's nothing else to compare. Beside of you leaves me weak. There are no words left to speak. But if you feel like I feel, please let me know that it's real. You're just too good to be true. Can't take my eyes off of you. I need you, baby. If it's quite alright, I need you, baby. To warm the lonely nights. I love you, baby. Trust in me when I say, okay. Oh, pretty baby, don't let me down. I pray, oh, pretty baby. Now that I found you, stay and let me love you. Oh, baby, let me love you. Oh, baby. You're just too good to be true. Can't take my eyes off of you. Moving like heaven and touch. I wanna hold you so much. At long last, love has arrived, and I thank God I'm alive. You're just too good to be true. Can't take my eyes off of you. I need you, baby. If it's quite alright, I need you, baby. To warm the lonely nights. I love you, baby. Trust in me when I say okay. Oh, pretty baby, don't let me down. I pray, oh, pretty baby. Now that I found you, stay and let me love you. Oh, baby, let me love you. Oh, I need you, baby. If it's quite alright, I need you, baby. To warm the lonely nights. I love you, baby. Trust in me when I say okay. Oh, pretty baby, don't let me down. I pray, oh, pretty baby. Now that I found you, stay and let me love you. Oh, baby, let me love you. Oh, baby. So I wanted a new credit card, not a hit to my credit. Good thing Experian has no ding decline. They match me with cards that won't ding my credit if I don't get approved. So I got the card that I wanted and didn't worry. Get the app from your big financial friend, Experian. Experian.
Well, my name is
Having a passion for fashion, it was really exciting to bring this here to our community. It was an absolute no-brainer to join Wisconsin Credit Union. Wisconsin treats me the way I treat my customers, and that makes me feel really special. I can count on Wisconsin Credit Union.
Watermelon. You can carry with one hand. Outshine.
I ain't many got a belt like me. I'm the last of my kind. Grew up on the back road, baby. I know how to survive. Been out with the young guns blazing, so you better not try. You'll never find another like me. I'm the last of my kind. Got folks that carry some shit. Can't cross state lines. Ducking cops in the dirt hills, baby. We ain't paying no fines. If you coming to the sticks, then maybe bring the four-wheel drive. You'll never find another like me. I'm the last of my kind. Let's welcome be son of a bitch. Look from my eyes. Can't always climb to safety. Sometimes you gotta fight. Go get it if you want it. Keep the fire burning inside. You'll never find another like me. 'Cause I'm the last of my kind. Up high in the red rock mountain, almost lost my mind. I'll be out with the blackbird swinging, circle around them skies. Can't wait much longer, baby. Yeah, it's my time. You won't ever find another like me. I'm the last of my kind.
Taurus wins. An upset for the ages.
So I would ask the board, what if our next app wasn't slow? What's this? Earn skills in weeks, not years. At University of Phoenix?
Oh, yeah, I'm already programming.
Can you program a racing app?
Can you market a racing app?
Looks like I can learn.
Yes.
It's our company's most downloaded app.
Ever.
Earn career relevant skills in weeks, not years. At University of Phoenix.
I mean, everybody's why I do this. You get that light on the end of your line. It's that unknown.
pistols near. Our neighbors frail and thin as they disappear. Let the chaos come. Let our houses freeze. The lights will all go out, but we'll finally see. Oh Lord, the great collapse won't be our end. When the world falls into the flames, we will rise again. We will rise again. When the sky has cleared and the storm has passed, we'll walk arm in arm down our promised path. We'll watch the sun come up from its bed of light. We'll enter Eden's garden and never look back. Oh Lord, the great collapse won't be our end. When the world falls into the flames, we will rise again. We will rise again. The future is paved with gold, and I think it's gonna be built on rock and roll. Chemistry, call it alchemy, works like magic. Change to the Monkey for fast, friendly, Pit Crew certified service. And for a limited time, get $25 off any oil change. Grease Monkey, done fast, done right. Guaranteed.
That is kind of true because I don't think what they call life, just kind of like a little reaction chain, it's based off of water. I don't think there's any living creature that's ever existed without any water. It can go a very long time without water, though. What the hell? I thought my stream ended. My one phone's glitched. Let me see. Well, that's the weirdest glitch I've ever seen. That one phone. I try to watch live. Do you think it dies or does it break down? It comes right back. Or it doesn't even leave, really. I mean, it's still a part of the habitat, right? I mean, are you sure about this life thing? Okay, I gotta use the potty. That was the weirdest glitch ever, though. When my phone said the live stream ended. Each time I keep on going back to it, it says it ended. It's a weird one. robots. God is fake. Yeah, I was good at cheese. Oh, Gouda. Gouda. I agree. Blessed are the cheesemakers. Remember, I live in a state that makes the most cheese. Holy fuck. Hopefully I don't get run down. Oh, what the hell am I doing? They are juice, 100%. Well, I don't know how it came to that because of a lot of murdering. I think it was some period in supposedly 200 AD or 200 to 400 AD. It became like a law, and if you disagreed with it, you could get hung, murdered. So, I mean, they killed 10,000 natives of Turtle Island over it because they wouldn't convert. So, it's easy to manipulate people when they don't have firearms. Then you got swords and launchers and arrows and 1,000 different ways when they're so poor without any elements. Are you? You're gonna be healthy for once, huh? Don't got no coffee or something? Give away this movie. Leatherheads, George Clooney. She danced with the fog today. Ooh, police officer hiding. Hiding in the corner where the fog is. lost in a week? Trading? Or did the value just crashed? Was that a humbling experience? $50 in crypto? Poor Bitcoin price. I heard it went down a little bit below 50,000, or went to like 59,000 instead of 60,000. I gambled it away. Aw. Don't you hate when that happens? Yes. Yes to what? Bitcoin or humbling? I hate when that happens. Oh, today's Saturday. There'll be a farmer's market over here in a couple hours. It'll be really packed. Oh, shit. Yeah, maybe we'll have to take the other bridge. Probably by the time I get over here, it's going to be packed. Might see the Cybertruck. One of the people that does the farmer's market over here. He's a Cybertruck. Over here's where there's a couple police officers just standing. They let me walk right past it. Somebody got stabbed during the day or during the night because there was big old piles of blood and footprints of it leading off of this corner right here. They didn't tell me to walk away from it. They were just looking at it like I was looking at it. That obviously doesn't happen really common here. That's why they were looking at it like, oh, damn. I'm guessing it was the hobos. I better get a daily picture, I guess. The fog looks pretty crazy. Damn. I can't even see the other end of the bridge. Not the craziest fog I've ever seen. The craziest one. Oh, those over there actually may be really crazy down over there. I was on the high bridge 100 feet up in the air. I couldn't see like 30 feet in front of me. You're afraid of sugar, but it's in fruit. I don't like to have too much sugar. You're afraid of sugar, but it's in fruit. Well, I don't know if you know this, but arsenic, that's a natural thing. So, natural things aren't always the healthiest for you. Have you heard of arsenic? That's natural. Are you going to eat that too, buddy? I put a lot of sugar in my tea. Sugar is healthy. Sounds like propaganda, buddy. But that's what that Christian guy, he bikes. He doesn't have too much proof, but he has enough proof. So I think he probably actually bikes quite a bit. But he says he does it. I guess that makes kind of sense. I mean, as long as he doesn't have any fat. And also he's got to make sure he's under his deficit. But, in theory, it would be low fat. You could get shredded. I don't know if it's worth the damage you could do to your pancreas, but, you just got to know your genetics and hope for the best. Biddy is drinking. Did you know did you know Paris like tea? I can believe it. There's that one short on YouTube of the parrot doing sipping noises. So that's pretty cute. Art, you scared away Antonia, or what did she say her name was? Oh, I can't remember. Something with a Z, I think. Morning. Man, there are so many parrots on TikTok. True. So you're really just, diving deep into TikTok, are you? Yeah, I mean, YouTube's kind of full of that too. You don't need to go on TikTok for that. If you look hard enough, you'll find a whole bunch of Hitler AI songs. Oh yeah, I'm sure that happens a lot over in the Netherlands. But play how popular is skateboarding? That's what that guy who just said hi was doing. He's riding a skateboard. Skate bike. It's Gibby. Actually, there is a lot of skate parks, so I bet this is a higher than normal group of skateboarders that skateboard in the city here. Pretty popular. Did you ever skateboard around? Really, I have to buy a whole bunch of pads. I'm sure I'd wipe out a whole bunch. But it would be kind of a fun thing to try. Just for the clout. I want to roll my skateboard around. But I have to buy knee pads and stuff. Elbow pads. Yeah, I can skateboard a little bit. Really? That's cool. I know my one brother skateboards around. Actually, maybe inside the city still. One of these days, we'll just roll up to some guy you guys have never seen. That'll be my brother. This is a good day to get murked. All the right conditions to get hit. Senior Center. You know, it's a funny thing. I should probably pull out some 20s because my card's been acting up for the little scanners they got at the stores, sadly. The chip must be covered in plastic too bad, or it's damaged. So I don't. We might have to insert the card a whole bunch of times just to get it to work. And if it gets really bad, I guess I'll have to walk over across the street and go use ATM and pull out money. Hopefully that doesn't happen. Look like a jackass. But yeah, it happens. What can you do? I should go and get a new card. I'm gonna put a movie in that box right there. It's just kind of taking space. The Leatherheads, George Clooney. George Clooney. There was some good storming last night and during the day. I can feel the moisture in the air, really. Got a droplet of water. I can get rained on. That's pretty cool. I love it. I was obsessed with Skyrim. I'm not playing it currently, but I was obsessed with Skyrim. I love it so much. Why'd I bring that up? Because ET's Q&A sticker asked me. What kind of game are you obsessed with currently, Bart? You playing any games? Why are you playing these games, you know?
Ja, guten Morgen, ja. What's the matter with nip time? Ja. Ja. I did that. Save our park. There's a cemetery. Trying to look for shadowy figures in the fog. I don't see any. You know, I thought you cleaned it yesterday. I got lazy. Wake up, bum. Get out there and clean that gosh darn room. It's just medication. I get. That's why I don't do anything anymore. Ain't that a son of a bitch? Oh, really? You had a straw boss ya? Tell you what to do? Oh, damn. That's really pretty. Deep purple. Deep purple nuggets. Actually, kind of a blue. Did I just take a picture of some acorns and their babies? I sure did. Let me just feel them. What do they feel like? They're still hard. They look like they'd be mushy. Oh, there's a later stage one. When they're green. Is that what they... Is this a... No, that's a different stage. I wonder if you can eat pine cones, but as long as you get them early. I wonder if you can get those purple ones, and if you can store them in a jar. It might be a long-lasting food, actually, if you can chew them. I'm tempted to chew one. Angela Diamond Eye Ninja! What's up, playa? Good morning, good morning. We may get a metal detector today, please. We'll see. We'll see. It's really, I just need one that can detect copper, which I think is standard. Hopefully, we'll have to see. Because most American coins now are copper. Or, actually, it's kind of zinc, which I should really look. But quarters, I think, are still copper. Because whenever I got my drill out, and I drilled a hole through current quarters, it was a copper shine in the middle. Look at that fog, Liz. It's not quite humid, it's just really wet. It's a wet day today. Lovely. Yeah. So how was Mario 2? Was Jack Black Bowser? Yes. Good. Princess Peach. It was very good, I thought. Good. Good, good. You can tell this guy likes fishing. His mailbox is a fishing lure. Oh, did he? Huh. I don't know who that is playing. I don't know what that is. I hope he gets his own movie. That's interesting. Let's look it up later. There it is. Goated. I don't believe I've ever played Star Fox play. I do not believe so. I probably did, but I must have not played it a lot. Man, antagonist, did I? No! What's that game with the blue guy with the big old cannon? Energy cannon? Is that something different? Is that Pac? No, not Pac-Man. Mac-Man? I don't know. Mega Man? Oh, okay. I played that a few times. I think it is Mega Man. I think you're right, Play. I think it's Mega Man. Crash Bandicoot. Actually, I played that quite a bit on Game Boy. Whatever happened to my little blue Game Boy? Where has it gone? Little blue Game Boy. My water droplet just fell on my phone screen. What a punk. Star Fox is hard. Oh, I got my electric bill. It was like $19 more. It was. I had a $3 or $4 credit in there anyway. But so it was like $71. Went down to 68. So I paid it. Put another 72 in there. Keep it beautiful. Still not too bad. Still pretty good. Yeah. Now it's not beautiful, beautiful like the what was it, 51 last month? But then I had a $2 credit, so I only had to pay $49. Nope, deer. A couple deer. I go harass them. I'm going to harass you, deer. Those little tricksters ran into the wet bushes. Are they eating the flowers? I see you. There you are. Looking like Bambi. Ooh, I can smell skunk. She poked too much. I should my bag up. There's a skunk around here. That'd be kind of fun. I know a lot of people wouldn't find that fun, but I'd find it fun to see a skunk. Yeah, being 16 feet away from it, obviously, but there's one around here. Where he wiped his butt on the tree. I want to. Skunk. Skunk. They are super cute. They do got those sharp teeth, just like possums, but still. They're pretty dang cute. I'd say if they didn't have a gland, they're practically as cute. Probably cuter than a chihuahua. And it's kind of a mixture. A skunk. It's a mixture between a dog and a cat. Yeah, with a fox and a skunk. It's almost the perfect. Well, probably a fox is even better. Fox is the perfect in between. Really? Sidewalk closed. Porta potty. Porta John. Really? Good. Good. Very good. Poor tree. Star Fox. Star Fox. It's better than even Pokemon. Not quite as good as Sonic. second. I'm gonna type it into GIFs. Send you one. Star Fox. Oh, I've definitely never seen this. I can't even remember a little bit of it. So. Yeah, I've never seen that play. Not even a little bit. I can't even remember the image. Oh, and I did end up I didn't go to his door, but I put some free sodies down on the free table for everybody. So, and they're all gone, so hopefully he grabbed one. Should have put one in front of his door, but I didn't. He's got like a walker, and I don't want him to, knock it over, or for some reason the wheel gets caught on it, or he trips on it. So I gave him opportunity. Somebody grabbed him. Somebody got a free one. Yep. Yeah. Also, I did it mostly because I always forget that my body hates soda so much, especially Mountain Dew. I haven't had it in a while. I'm almost thinking soda might cause you to get out of breath almost. I don't know. He loves them young. I'm a very thoughtful person. It happens when you got a good memory. Yeah, I really think that people that aren't thoughtful, I think it's just, I don't think they do it really on purpose. They're just stupid. Yeah, it's just the thing. They got a bad memory. Their brain's not fast or something. It's hard to be unthoughtful when he can remember most everything. It's a hard thing to do. I mean, you can do it though, but it'd have to be on a big scale, like a dictator or something. 'Cause you can have a good memory, but if you got that much power, you got to think about other things that can happen. You're killing dogs over at the Orkin? Those monsters. I want to be a dictator. Yeah, it'd be pretty fun. I wouldn't, I'd definitely take the opportunity. It'd be fun. Yeah, I guarantee it'd be fun. You could make a new railroad tracks straight into somebody's house. There's so many things you could do. I'm sure they've done. You could make cause it only costs like, it still costs like $100,000, but you could make a new railroad. You could technically ram a train right into somebody's house if you got enough money. It's a Merovingi game. Star Fox is overrated. It's too hard. Me too. But Winnie is too overrated. Definitely. Yeah, Marowini, that's way too overrated. Way too overrated. Probably the most overrated thing on the planet. Bart can't even read. Play it on the Switch. Damn, look at the thickness of the flag over there. What is this? Collectibles and more? I think this is new. When's it open? 10. Huh. What the hell's that? Look it up for me, please. Can I sell these action figures here? So I don't gotta sell them on eBay? I might take a screenshot. I probably won't remember to look it up, but... Adult Day Center? That's where the special needs go. Adult Daycare Center. Actually, I knew this one lady. She was like around my mom's age. But she had a brain tumor when she was like, 7 months old or whatever. So she's pretty mentally disabled. I remember she would go to some of those adult daycare center deals. What do they call them? Rehabs? Well, that one actually said adult daycare. Really? Does it say if they buy action figures, play? I know I'd get fucking robbed, but I mean, like I said, I probably bought like, $2,000 worth of Legos and probably another $2,000 worth of action figures for only $200. So I'm sure I'd still make a profit. Oh, really? Okay. That'd be interesting. Well, I know I could do it on eBay. It's just I gotta remember to look for that. I thought I looked for the QR code, but I must have been daydreaming or something. But I've gotta look for the QR code. I think 'cause I don't got a printer for it. I gotta buy a box. Okay. Cleveland, Wisconsin. This is a variety of fun finds, include Pokemon trading card, Japanese. Indian Chinese exclusive booster boxes. Huh. That's interesting. There used to be a toy shop. It was like run by a great big fat guy. Sadly, he died. But it used to be a toy shop way before I moved to my general area. But it was like just 100 feet from where I'm living. But he did, so. That kind of place, to be honest. Yeah, it might be an interesting look around. I didn't even know it existed. Well, that's not the problem, player. That's not the... That's the problem, because I got a bid on eBay. $30 bid. In, like, not even an hour. So I know people will buy them. It's just, when I tried to do the... Like I said, I was probably daydreaming or something. I knew I was supposed to look for a QR code. But I was... This was my first time ever trying that. So I was looking down the list, and I picked USB-S, or USPS. And, I thought it would just send me a QR code. So... Must not have been the case, obviously. I did look up, you're supposed to look for a QR code. So this time I'll have to definitely do this. I gotta get a box. Yeah. Well, thank you, Plan, but that part, once I figure out how to do a shipping label, that'd be easy. I'm not that far from the USPS facility, so it'd actually be pretty fun. Yeah. I think so. If he sent a video, I usually watch him, so it's probably the one I'm thinking about, that they showed you have to click on the QR section. Actually, I think I could do that for free. I should do that. I can't, well, not right now, because I have the eBay phone right here. The one we're live streaming on. But, I should try that. I think I can look for the option for free, hopefully. Yeah, I should have. Oh, I did watch it, so I already did play. But, kind of went into it blind. Oh, damn. Doing burnouts. Yeah. Oh, damn. Sinkhole. Like an erosion hole, but still. Sinkhole. Yeah. Look at the fog. Yep. Yep, yep, yep. Cause I'm white and nerdy. White and dirty. White and nerdy. Oh yeah. Oh why? Oh why? Oh why? Oh why? Oh why? Whoa. Oh why oh? Oh why oh? Ohio. No, that's code, Planet. That's code. Instead of saying the words, you say the letter sounds of each word, the first letter. Oh, why? Oh, why? Oh, why? Oyo. Oyo, oyo. Oh, bucks. Oh, why? Oh, why? Oyo. Oh. Oyo, ho. Oyo, ho. Ooga. Oogma. Oh, oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my goodness, that actually makes sense. OMG. Omega. 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 Yes. That's very true. Omega. Omega. Lol. We're not going back. Leia. That's just the present. It's always been. Well, yeah, that's pretty much true, yeah. I'm down for it, though. Emoji speak. I'm ready. I'll get with the program. Literally. Get down with the program. I need to practice what I'm getting there. Oh, good. Good. Well, I'm at it. I gotta get one of those. I think I have one, but maybe we'll buy one if there's a cheap one at Menards. I gotta buy one of those little diggers. What do they call it? I used to know. Mole? A mole shovel? Grease monkey. Gosh darn, you have a gigantic YouTube budget. I get that freaking ad almost every single day. At least I used to. I don't really get their slogan. Come to the Grease Monkey for excellent service. But your name's literally Grease Monkey. I don't feel like a monkey would do good at doing practical service. Even though there has been instances where supposedly monkeys and dogs have been like cashiers. Usually it's a business that was failing back in the day. They didn't really mind. Yeah, sometimes they do actually. They're taking the monies, whatever, taking the ticket. That's true. Even though there is videos of the Indonesians or whatever giving phones to monkeys, and they do actually play with them and watch them. Well, actually, I think they do. There is. You can look that up, and this was before AI got really popular. Like I was watching that in 2019 or 18. So I think there is actually monkeys that look at smartphones already. And these are like actual monkeys, like the skinny ones that have white fur. Really? Really? Yeah, possibility. There's that orangutan that's so freaking intelligent. The one that points at her bag because I know she has treats and fruit snacks. And once she lifts up the fruit snacks, she or he points to the rope ladder enclosure. He's like, throw it over. But on their side, they were glassed and caged. But he was technically, she or he was technically right. They could have went outside and throw it over the rope ladder crate thing. So yeah, I've seen some videos of that. Dogs getting scared of monsters on the screen that do jump scares. And cats that like to try to hit the soccer balls. It's wild. That's the skibby. The skibby. I'm all about the skibby. Skibbity doo bop. Wiper blade installation. I wish. I already know what I'm gonna mostly find. Old barbed wire and maybe old metal cans. Yeah, something to do though. You know, it's kind of like gambling. You never know. Actually, this one's a one-time investment of $100. So. Hooks are, yeah, true. Definitely hooks. It's fun. Yeah. If I'm lucky, they got like a $90 one. No, Farben Freight had like a $150 one. But really, all I need is one that can detect like copper and gold, which I'll never really find gold, but you know, if I'm gonna do it, you know, I have a chance at least. know. Never know. So. I think it would be good. A good little hobby. I don't think you're supposed to use them, though, in some areas, so I'm going to just hope, whoever enforces that, if it's police or, DNR or whatever, hopefully they don't, do anything too outrageous. Give me a goddamn ticket. Yeah, it does happen. But it's something we can do every day. Build on our, exercise. I can walk and metal detect at the same time. Oh yeah. 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 It'd be very expensive and really bad for the environment. I wonder if you could make fog different colors by adding food dye into rivers. What an expensive experiment that would be. But I wonder if it could happen. I wonder if you could change the color of fog with food dye. Enough of it. That's something Mr. Beast should do. Playlist and they already River Green. Oh yeah, that is true. That is true. So I asked Gemini about. Yeah, that seems like something Mr. Beast should do. Well, I mean, it has to be the right. I mean, if it was possible, it'd have to be the right, environment anyway. It'd have to be, it's not like we always get fog, and especially this thick of it. So it might not be possible, but if it was, it'd have to already be a certain day. You'd have to ask like a meteorologist. Yeah, you should look it up though. Is it even possible? Would it be possible? I mean, I wonder if you'd have to use drones too. Would you have to shock the atmosphere into producing clouds, and you have to add dye to it? Yeah. Damn it. My shoes are getting soaked. Wet socks McGee. Well, you could do that, I'm sure. Well, I don't know, I mean, like a sauna? I don't know if that'd be fog. I wonder what do they consider fog? I believe in you and science. As you should. It's a Meadowini time. Let me see. What? How? Oh no. How does that? How do you figure that, huh? What's up? What is fog? I mean, technically. Is it like a super fine mist? Or is it because there's so much, not humidity, but there's just so much water because of the heat? Because in the general area that it got so warm. What do they officially call fog? Because it's kind of like a mist. Like a cloud down on the ground, you know? Oh, shit. Good thing I got a phone case on. Because 5 is an upside down 2. What? He's like 1 minute late, though. So there was 51. Did he mean to do it at 5-2? So turn the 5 into a 2? Brett. Good morning, Brett. Sweetheart. Circle K. Yeah, I was late. I was watching South Park on TikTok. That's wild. Like a full episode of South Park? Really? I walked past a porta potty. I was thinking about taking a dump ski in it. But then I thought, no. It's not a public one. That's a construction porta potty. I don't know, I'm kind of immune to that stuff since I remember watching Jackass. So. Are they? That's cool. Look. You dropped the phone, but there's no cracks. And the camera's good because it got a metal frame in the back. Good. Have you? Yeah, those guys are wild. Actually, there's a. I used to. Oh, that actually, you don't like that stuff? Now that you made me remember. There's an Australian YouTube channel, and actually there's an Indian looking guy, or a Mexican looking guy, that, actually there's both, my bad. There's a Aussie channel dedicated to plumbing. I'm sure you can find it. He puts like rubber mice around his, clients' poop, baskets or whatever you want to call them, or poop pipes. He puts. But yeah, there's videos on YouTube just dedicated to cleaning up giant poops out of tubes. And what's that? Yeah, the Mexican guy or Indian. I can't tell which is which. They're both the same thing technically. But yeah, he does them. He also does Pokemon cards. I don't know if he still does, but he was doing that for a little bit. You even got a bidet? Yeah, you can buy those now. Pretty cheap, $30. I thought about buying one myself. Carpentry, masonry, welding, mechanics, no plumbing. Damn. I can tell you're a man that doesn't care about his frickin' bowel health. You know, you don't take it seriously. I hope at least you let a doctor shove a camera up your ass, you know. Keeps you alive. Well pump? Really? You don't wait that long? I've got one shoved up my ass right now. That's a different live stream. You guys don't get to see that. Yeah, I check myself for polyps 24/7. Huh? Yeah, you didn't know. So you don't take it seriously. You're not about that life. Where do you think Mr. Darrell came from? I don't know, Mr. Darrell. Sadly, I don't think he'll find this channel. But it'd be funny just to make a channel dedicated to a live stream to boots. Just have a camera aimed at boots all day. Did he? Well, that's good. Hello. The quality might go down, please. We're inside the store now. Oh, really? So, 1 hour special just for Mr. Darrell. That's kind of scary, Brett. I'd be, to be honest, I'd probably be, you know, shaking like a leaf when I went in there. So I'd be worried. That is kind of a dangerous thing for men. I'll be shaking like a leaf. Yeah, I am getting one. What, are you interested? Are you saying I should probably do one of those streams? Because I got you. I mean, you had to have it done twice? Damn. Impressive. What, are you flexing about it? Hooks the crown. Because I don't. Lucas, same. I don't know when I'm seriously kidding you. I'm out of my mind. No, I never said that. You're a liar. Luke, it's trying to make sense to it. You got like pants. I need like pants. Where's the white pants? Oh, that's awesome. Pay about $300 for it. Yeah, it's not that cool. I don't know. That'd be the first. But a decoy. Yes. Better than nothing. We do not carry them in our store. Okay. Looks like it's all shipping to the store. Okay, well, thank you. Yeah, you're welcome. Darn it. I don't have a metal detector. Are you buying your main groceries for the month? No, sir. No, sir. Oh, I don't know. I'm walking all the way to Harbor Freight. Something we could do, I guess. It'd be a really long walk. Obviously, we could take the bike though. Boo! I hear ya. Got other things like a Bluetooth tracker, but it's only got like 114 feet of tracking. We got a shirt, charger, all those hand things. So it's only $3 for a phone for running. Yeah, same plan. And there's a pigeon doing pigeon stuff. There he goes. Was that a dove? No, doves are white, right? Are they gray doves? Who's to say? YouTube. You have to go to. Well, actually, what's the price? I forget what the price is on the metal detector at Harbor Freight. Yes, it can be gray. Let me look up on that really quick. See how much their metal detector is. I suppose they got a $60 one. Well, that'd be awesome. You can get this one. Let me make sure it finds copper though. Because if it can't find copper, it can't find coins. And it says it can. And it says it's in stock. Damn it. I mean, I found some cool stuff anyway, but. Well, maybe, I don't know if we're going to do overheads today, because my brother calls on Saturdays usually. But we'll keep on. It's going to be another long walk. I mean, we still got like an hour to get back to my place. And we're going to, might bike, or, well, we did put bike in the title. Maybe we'll bike in that direction. I looked it up. But yeah, I should probably call. But we'll go there anyway. If they don't have it, I mean, it'd suck, but you know, we can buy some other crap. I've got their impact driver, so I need to get bits anyway. So it won't be a total waste. They're selling $5 shirts. That's pretty cool. I know you can get a shirt at Walmart. The cheapest shirts, they don't tell you. They don't even put them. They make sure you go to the crafts section. Go to the tie-dye shirts. $2.50. They used to be $2.50 a shirt. Actually, there might be a better. I should have thought of it, but I've never done the math. Go to the, like pajama section, or the sock section, whatever you want to call them, sleepwear section. They might have shirts, white shirts, some kind of deal in the box for cheaper if you do the math. It might be like $1.70 per shirt. I'm not for sure. Well, it's gonna be a decent steppy count if I do this. Might get up to the 30s today. Unless I take the bike, then it'll be probably in the 20s. 1,000. I like big butts and I cannot lie. Hopefully my car doesn't glitch when I'm at Harbor Freight. What time does Harbor Freight open? You have to look. We still got a while before I get back. I'll wait. What's up? Power lines. Not much playing. We just got a Bluetooth tracker, some kind of runner shirt. It's like a rubber gripper for your phone, and people use it for running. It's only $3. Got a charging cord and a shirt. I didn't have the metal detector. We gotta go to Harbor Freight. That's where we're heading. Well, I gotta drop this junk off at my place. And we'll head over that way. With the schism. Damn, it's already packed. Already packed. But it's not like I coulda. Well, I guess I coulda went to my uncle's. I don't think Harbor Freight's open until like 9 p.m. or 9 a.m. My bad. Till like 9 a.m. or something like that. Actually, today was the first time we tested out by accident my phone case I bought. And it did 10 out of 10 for the first try. But I got a crap load of backups, so it doesn't matter. Because I bought a whole bunch of Moto G Powers 2025s when they were for free on Straight Talk. I just had to buy a gold plan. So that means I got free service and I got a phone. Well, technically, the service wasn't free. But it went onto my phone I was already using. So it was just something I already had to do. Basically just a free phone. Just a free phone. Spit bugs. Spit bugs everywhere. I was tempted to buy one of those magnet roller deals. Magnet on some wheels. Should have bought it. That would have been something to do. Could have used it all the way back to my place. Sure, it's kind of heavy though. But I could have just opened it. And threw away the box. Rolled it home. Pretty cheap too. $38. Not too bad. I don't know how powerful a magnet is. It's probably set on the box. I didn't read that much. Something got messed up. I seen some kind of bird claw on the ground. Star Wars. Star Wars. I think Lucas's stream went down yesterday. He was only out for like 6 minutes. Now, I told him. It's your little damn kid voice. It's murderer. Speaking, where is Lucas? I mean, it's still kind of early. He also said that his mom doesn't know about his account, right? Even though he got to the live stream. But I think he's got to prove that he's over 18. At least it told me to do that. I had like 13 days to do it. Or they're going to shut down my channel. So now his channel might get shut down. Unless he tells his mom to... Or actually, he can try to do the thumb trick, I guess. Where they draw a beard and eyeballs on a thumb. That's a nice sized oak tree, or pine tree. Pine tree. Beautiful one, really. My goodness. There's no land. Oh, we never go past this school. Long. Ah, that makes sense actually, because we see buses over here. I just thought it was on the route. No, that makes a lot more sense. Please, please, please. That's a big house. It's a Meadowini time. Is it? Oh, not quite, I don't believe. Well, it's not for you, playa. 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 Guten Morgen. Lucas, I seen your stream went down play. You were only on for 6 freaking minutes. Yeah, come here, wingy time. An abomination. It's overrated. Overrated. I'm done. No, I didn't crash play. I don't think you can do a live stream anymore. You got a YouTube violation. I don't know, it was bad. Well, the first time, yeah. The second time it meant, though. It told me. I was watching for a second. I was about to comment. No, I don't think you can. I doubt it. Did you appeal it? No, I don't think you can live stream play. Try it right now. Okay. See what it says. That's what it said to me. I was watching play. I was about to comment, and then it said YouTube live stream removed for violation. No way. I don't believe you. Do a live stream. I dare you. %0 chance. 0% chance. Boy got took off YouTube. Well, because of your voice. You're a minor. Doofus. I seen it play. I seen it happen, so I know you got something. And actually, play. You should probably. I don't know what you're gonna do. You're gonna have to ask your mom to show her ID, or upload a facial video, or you could use your thumb, I guess, or try that trick. But they might delete your channel in 13 days. You might get a Gmail. Did you try to live stream? I don't think you can live stream anymore, play. I'd be very surprised. That'd be weird because they said you got they removed the live stream for violating YouTube. It would be. I mean, I did do 2 whole freaking hours. You only did 6 minutes, but it took down your stream really quickly. Oh well. Did he look? Water, water. Water, water. Yeah, his live stream went down. But for some reason, I don't know if he's just too, young to realize he got a strike. I don't think he can live stream. That'd be very weird. Yeah, I think he got a strike. He doesn't realize it, though. I mean, maybe. I don't know how. Because I was doing it for 2 hours, so maybe that's why. And he showed a little motherfucker. That's probably what got me. He was showing some little fucking 5-year-old or some shit. But yeah, he only lasted 6 minutes. Lucas's voice is death for a YouTube live stream. Is he a happy camper? I'm sure you're not so happy because now you got more temptations in the house. Chocolate cupcakes with sprinkles. Oh, yeah, I bet. I'm not really into sweets. The only thing I kind of got a habit on right now that I got to get rid of is soda. But I don't have too much soda. I have. Last month was quite a bit of cheat days. 10 of them, so I had 10 sodas altogether last month. So I gotta get better at that. But I don't like, I'm not craving like cupcakes or anything like that. Mine's always salty meats and such. Haven't had processed sugar in months. My natural sugars. Huh. Yeah, but hopefully Lucas, if he did get a strike from that, they'll send him a Gmail. Better check his Gmails because they'll delete his channel in 13 days. At least that's what I got. If he can't verify that he's being followed by an adult or being monitored by an adult. I heard a rule 1 gram per pound. I mean, you can also, like the daily values. Less than that, though. If you want to make up how much you should have for daily value. It's kind of expensive to get as much protein as you weigh, though. Well, unless you do like tuna sandwiches. Won't be too bad. Manageable. Or you could do tuna sandwiches. 'Cause sometimes it gets expensive to get as much protein as you weigh. Having 1 gram per pound of what you weigh can be expensive unless you do tuna sandwiches and stuff like that. They're good. We're selling firewood. $5 per bundle. Cool. Have you? Bet some of that stuff's interesting. I think the funniest one is when some Iraqis tried to steal some, were they looting from houses that got destroyed, or they were trying to steal oil from cars or something. So the American, some young guy, shot up their car and then brought a Abrams tank over and ran it over. Yeah. Excuse me. But that was technically pretty mean. I'm sure, value of a car there, even though it's low, it's probably like 2 times harder to get a car over there. And definitely the shooting up the car, that was crazy. Being a little too crazy. Yeah. I've got to use the restroom. true. Chickadees. Chickadees Family Restaurant. Oh, oh, that was you. That was a weird little squeak. That's different. I think he's copying some kind of sound. I don't think that's his natural noise. I don't think that's his natural chirp. Tweet. Tweet. Smells kind of good over here. I found 50 cents. The black guy. I found 50 cents. I found 50 cents. He just shrunk. He must have got off the roids. Must have got off the roids. What? Didn't Uncle Sam tell you to shut the fuck up? That's why you moved to Mexico. 10 Platt Street. Oh, dang, I gotta take a steaming pee. Wait, didn't you just break it? Didn't you just slander me? While saying you're not the one slandering. Break the law. Too bad you're broker than a joke. Hey, what would I get from suing you? Nothing. I'd go into fucking bankruptcy. Define slander, dipshit. See that dipshit part? That. Now you define it, dipshit. Come on, Bob Barker. You're the one who's been threatening to sue people. I already know you can't, though. You're broker than a joke. That's why I never try to sue you. No lawsuits or anything. It's like trying to sue the fucking help. Trying to sue a homeless man. I had a multitude of others you've slandered. You see, lawsuit. Play, you ain't gonna win anything. You haven't won a thing in your life. Why would I be the first time you get a W, huh? Come on, Bob Barker. Why would I be the first time you get a W? You're too much of a coward. You say you're gonna try to do all this stuff, but you still haven't called the Eau Claire Police Department, you big old coward. Do you think, for a second, I think you got free will or the intellect to finally stick up for yourself? No. Oh, it muted me. You're a petrol mute goofball. Oh, yeah, these words are dangerous. Better than mute me. Angela, Lucas got a strike. But he's trying to say he doesn't have a strike. I seen it. He got a strike yesterday. He did. I seen it. Actually, you know, he's got like 13 days, at least I did, to confirm that an adult is watching him or has supervised him. Or else he's going to lose his channel. At least that's what they said to me. Yeah, it was like 6 days. Well, or 6 minutes. His first stream was his connection, but his second one, it came up with a message saying it disobeyed YouTube's terms of service. I think he got a strike, but he tried to tell me he didn't. I don't think he checked. Best you keep Uncle shut the fuck up by your side to remind you to shut the fuck up when you're talking about me. What, talking about a pile of trash? I'm gonna talk shit about it until it starts up in flames. You bum. Yeah, that sucks. This is confirmed. It's the most dangerous thing to a live stream on the planet. Actually, is a legal term. You are asserting that you're speaking in factual terms. I am. It sucks for Lucas. I suggest you cease using the term actually, since absolutely nothing you assert is factual. Actually, you might hate to hear this, but if you put an image of Bob Barker next to your face, I guarantee 100 out of 100 people will say, those two are the same person. Maybe related. Blah, 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 blah. Actually. Candace, you're so stupid and you know so little about so much. Don't you think you should just call the Eau Claire Police Department, figure out if I'm telling the truth or not? What is the reason for you being such a coward? Is it because you're stupid? You believed all these criminals on the internet that made releasing information sound like something dangerous? Doxing is not a real thing. That's only illegal in 3 states, and federally it's only for informants and military officers. I don't know if you know this, but releasing information is the greatest thing ever on the planet. I will continue to release information and not be afraid of criminals like yourself. I will continue to show my exact location because I know you a pussy, your whole gang of pussy, and if you dare to roll up, I will humble you instantly, and it will be the funnest 1 minute of my life. Again. Now listen here, Dopey Taylor. Yeah, you, Candace, Bob Barker. You look like Mopey Taylor. Look how saggy your face is. Look how saggy that neck. My goodness, that's disgusting. That's not a real thing, that's slang. But you're a criminal, so you want doxing to be a real thing. It's a made-up term. Slang. The definition changes, whatever you want it to be. It could be, you could change the slang definition to doxing to peanut butter and jelly sandwiches. It's not a real thing. It was made by criminals. In the actual original meaning, it was for document. Because it started like back in the 90s. I don't remember that even being close. And if you really thought that, somebody would have rolled up by now. But guess what? We both know you're afraid. I'm going to humble you. And any day you think you actually have a chance, just roll up. Exact location. Exact location. Look at the screen. I could teach you. You got to remember I'm Brazilian. If you want to feel someone's Brazilian greatness, a knee to your face, roll up. Nobody afraid of you. Nobody think you got free will. Somebody's playing the gosh darn trumpet. BBL. Are you gonna fuck his ass and make him humbled? Oh man, if I could, that would humble me. Yeah, and you're an old senile whore, so yeah, we're both two different things, huh? I like big booty Brazilian women. Brazilian butt lift, BBL. Why does her BBL stink? I've never, you can tell there's a lot of whores on the internet because of that incel thing. When did, in person, that's not a thing. A lady gets called a whore way more. We got to bring back the slang of whores. That's the bad thing. That's the thing you're going to have diseases. If you're just a virgin or an incel, still going to pee and not have no pain. Run, it's the cops. I don't want to kiss them. They're beautiful. I love the cops. You wear adult diapers? And you would too! You're just too poor. So you just shit in the woods or... Nah, you don't even got woods in that shitty fucking island. You go shit in the water. Candace, I don't even know. This is such dementia, the comment you put. I know... Who would laugh so hard as they watch you get annihilated by an old retired female vet? What kind of fucked up fantasy are you living in? Why do men get shamed for not being hoes? I don't know, maybe because they're mad because they pee out blood. It's not my thing. What? I've spoken with 1,000 cops actually. They like me. Well, I kiss their boots all the time. I'd kiss them. What? And are you... What? You can't be humble enough to kiss a man? Kiss a cop's butt? What, are you not humble enough, Aunt, to do that? Open your mouth, no pants? My dad taught us. I think that was your mother, but hopefully not your dad. Candace, it's because I'm using facts and evidence against you. The fact is, you're too poor. Fact is, you don't got free will. Fact is, you're lazy. Fact is, you're old. Fact is, you're not doing shit. Old jobber. The saddest part of this is I gotta see some crazy old dementia fucking riddled granny It looks like Bob Barker come in here every day and spew fantasy, so like silly fantasy. It'd be better if it was entertaining. You just come in here with like 5-year-old, wishes. You're just wishing you could sue me. You wish you had enough money. You wish you were strong enough. You wish you had free will. Don't you just love Soviet military hardware? I don't know who Ant is, actually. That's true, Ant. Get your dogs and cats neutered, or spayed and neutered. And women. Ant, are you new? You didn't care for them. Are you sure? Are you slandering Bob Barker? Blood. I don't know. Okay, we're gonna try to bike during the day. Yeah, 18,000, a little bit less than I thought we said 20,000 by over here, but not quite. 18,890. We'll definitely get it. It's just thought we'd already get it. But no, I did kind of take a weird route though. I've never done before. You're more addicted to those cigarettes there, Candace? At least this habit, gets me outside and exercising. What did your habit of smoking do? Made you look like a 100-year-old at 50. Actually, I'm not. So you're the one who's literally fault that there's a mindset. You invested in resources being burned, and then you're angry when they have all the control. You burned every possible chance you ever had. They invested metal that doesn't change. You can turn it into weaponry. You can change it into a whole bunch of stuff. You can change it into armor. You invested in burning. You're the goofball that's losing. You're angry because the world is spinning in a direction that intelligent people put it on. You burned your every chance you ever had at stopping it. Who's really goofy here? You're not angry while you suck on cancerous poison? Okay, so I always thought, are you really doing such a good job if you're inhaling and sucking on a poisonous, cancerous cigarette? You're obviously not relaxed. You're obviously not feeling good if you have to coddle yourself. You have to suck on something like a pacifier. I don't know if you know this, but humans suck on things when they're anxious. It started since you were a baby. And now you're trying to lie to me. You're trying to lie to a genius that can see through you. I know you smoked and drank your whole life because you hated The mind inside of yourself. You hate that voice. You hate yourself, Candace. That's why you smoked. That's why you drank. You couldn't get relaxed because you started lying too much. A liar is destined to destroy their own matrix. Why is that? Because they can't stop themselves from telling the truth in the inside. That's why they smoke. That's why they drink. No, both are bad. No tobacco, no hash. I invested in all this hash. Now I just sit at home and start fires. Oh, damn. Damn, Candace is trying to pull a lead. I absolutely get a kick out of triggering your rage. I don't remember sucking on anything. I don't remember having to poison myself like you. I'll simply sue you. Delusional. You don't have no money. You burnt all your money. You burnt every resource you ever had. Angela, what happened to your other account? Oh, now you're a lawyer too. I'm more of a tugger. That's interesting. Death grip kind of guy? Good question. I looked up my real name online. You have to know not to do the same. I'm not looking up some crazy fucking dementia case. You think, do you think you're able to fool me? I know what you are. Candace, you smell of fucking street trash the second I ever fucking read a sentence from you. I'm scheduled for deletion from all systems red. No! I've been tugging on myself for comfort for years. Stop a lot of people. No, I think I'm just very honest, and you don't like how factual and how quick I am with the facts. You're allergic to those. I think that's you, Candace. You're homeless in Mexico. I don't know if that's a diagnosis, but that's certification right there of retardation. I'm the queen of trailer trash, that's right, and you drink my bathwater, what? Yeah. Well, actually, I think it's the AI, actually. The AI is doing a really good job. I mean, it found Lucas in 6 minutes when he did his own live stream. So, and I mean, it struck him. It automatically struck him. So I think all these strikes are from the AI. I'm a bum, but I have a home. A lot of bums have homes, but it's called pair pants. Uncle, shut the fuck up. Is gonna put duct tape across the shit talking lips. Are you supposed to be Uncle? Shut the fuck up. I mean, I'll show you Uncle Sam if you want to get close, playa. Yeah. Maybe I should bring the bag. I gotta bring the wallet and bring the bag.
You have a good one, Aunt. Play it. I was using the potty. This will be a good test. Everyone knows I'm reporting. I shouldn't reveal you created on it, but I keep trying to convince your watcher. I think the only one that's trying to convince themselves of something is you, Candace. You're the one coming in here and blasting your mind for fucking hours, trying to make sure I believe it. Which, you know, Candace, sadly, is a very losing effort. For a fact, you didn't. And I know for a fact you look like Bob Barker. I know for a fact you're a pretty stupid person. I know for a fact you have a bad memory. I know for a fact you have bad research capabilities. You lack research capabilities also. Till this channel disappears in the next one. And the one after that, I want you to keep talking shit, mouthpiece. I'm good. I love doing it. I better look this up. Zero self-control. I'm the one who's straight edge, you dumb bastard. Never smoked, never drank, never done drugs. What have you done, Candace? So obviously you got dementia there. Zero self-control. Just like the zero muscle. Actually, I can probably lift more than you by a lot. And actually, I've seen more definition. I'm getting good. Zero muscle mass, which is pretty hard to do because muscle is 70% water, so that means I'm dehydrated. You've gained more from fake workout ad hominem. I'm doing actual workouts, and you know it. There you go. Ange is a real homie. Well, I see him too. I mean, we lost, in the last year, we lost 60 pounds. So. But, I can lift more than when we started. So I'm pretty happy with what we got. I mean, if Candace was, you know, any form of good shape herself, maybe I'd, you know, think about it, be like, maybe she's right. But Candace looks like a decrepit old man who's got no stamina as long as she uploads videos of jogging or running. I absolutely love how the minute I show up in your stream chat, you put every ounce of your attention on me. Well, I read your comments. Every single ounce of it. You're damn right. True. I think so. Oh, now Candace doesn't want me to say her name. She wants me to ignore her. Candace, we must have a different thought process on winning a debate because you blocking me was me winning already. I don't really mind reading your crazy dementia comments. It's nonstop attention for me. Good. Candace, you're so stupid. You come in here, you forget everything you read, and then you come back. I guess. I guess we're ready to bike. Better turn the air conditioner for you. You believe in hateful words? Are you a dictator? Every attempt at an insult? I don't think that's how insults work. I think you get insulted no matter what, because they're insults. So yeah, I know people are so upset and they forget like definitions of words, but I don't think you get to decide what an insult is, right? The insult is somebody else making up the insult. It's up to you to look at it logically and does it make sense? Is it true? So, you know, it's not attempted insults, they are insults. Attempted insult, oh damn. You sure you're not just angry? Are you sure you don't have dementia? It would be so bizarre if, imagine it's that easy. You are angry and you do have memory issues. But that can't be possible. How could that be possible? How could you be wrong? My goodness, how could that be a possibility? Zoom core my butt cheeks. Remember, there's still a thing. If you somehow have free will, somehow God exists, but since that's never happening, we already know the answer. I can't read your comments, Candace. You gotta wait. I'm in the hallway going into an elevator. You old dementia bitch. Yeah, but you forgot. There's one important thing that I know. for a fact. You got no money. You broke. You broke that joke.
I see a black squirrel. Okay, 1 second, Bob Barker. 1 second, Angela. I gotta turn on the biking app. So be right back. It's gonna spin for. I can't read these long ass comments while I'm biking there, Candace. I ain't fucking getting in a car accident over you. Okay, bye. You recognize
Workout paused.
filters for everything you say or type. Got my own AI program. Wow, what a crybaby. Go to the senior center already. Old man. Tell him about it. Tell him how that abusive guy on the internet. And tell him why he's abusive, by the way. Maybe because he called me a P word first.
Workout resumed.
Yes, ma'am. That's our mission. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Okay, please. If I don't chat back at you, it's because I gotta pay attention or else I can get in a crash. So, obviously.
Workout paused.
We might change these black pedals into purple or something. Some purple ones. I forgot the price. It's probably expensive as hell. That is actually one of the fun things about PTA. Trying the bikes. I was gonna go for it. I should have went for it. Shouldn't you report yourself then? Candace. Excuse me. Bob Barker. Now, I heard that they fry up turkey anuses. You think a bag of weenies would actually possibly taste good if you fried them? Trust me? Trust you? Not a chance. You're the biggest liar around, Clint. How am I the dipshit when I'm the one still live streaming and you're still bitching about live? Don't you think you look like a clown at this point? Day 4. Still not down? I'll be doing the lead thing. Day 600. Still no lead. Day 600. Still no lawsuit. Still no Zoom court.
Workout paused.
1 second, please. let your dementia hang wide out there, are you? The whole class action lawsuit will be about you being so rude once I called you a B-word. Candace, how is this all gonna work? Because didn't you call me a P-word first? Just because I wouldn't ban or get rid of Angela. So, I mean, I'm just wondering, in your dementia mind, did you just forget that you called me a P-word? And in your fantasy, I just started doing this for fun? I'm just wondering, I mean, yeah, let's say you somehow God's real. Because, I mean, that's what it is here. God's fake, so you're not going to ever get me in a Zoom call. Let's say, we play a little bit of mental, fun, a little bit of fantasy. I mean, what's your counter going to be when I be like, well, here's the screenshot of her calling me a P-word for no reason? I'm a little teapot. I don't think you have any evidente of stealing posts. That was just your schizophrenia acting up. More like dementia. I don't think you probably have schizophrenia. I just think your brain's disappearing. It's turning all gushy. At some point, it'll just can't support its weight and collapse in on itself. Remember the 5th of November. Doxing's not even real. You're trying to brainwash people to be afraid of criminal-like mindsets. I exposed your name, boy. That's all I ever did. You're just afraid of consequences. I mean, Candace must feel like she's guilty 24/7. It's the only reason why you'd be ever afraid of their information getting out there. Are you afraid that you might be really stupid and take a major L? Because Candace, we do not share that same failure. I am not afraid of you because I know you are stupid. I know you don't have the law against you or with you. You will fail. I dare you to let me show you my skills in court. You will lose horribly. Be humbled. And I want you to do it. I dare you to do it. Gain some free will, you anorexic, Bob Barker, retarded motherfucker. Yeah, I mean, Candace is fucking homeless right now. She's away from her family. She never had friends. She's away from her family. She looks like dog shit. She looks like she's 100 years old, looking like Bob Barker. You gotta see your mistakes in your skin daily. wheel, baby scooter. Huff and puff and have a heart attack. I can see it. If I was gonna bet, I'd say 80% chance, really. 80 out of 100 times. I gotta remember to put my shoelaces in. Sucks. So it could be dangerous.
Workout paused.
Take a nice swig. It's midwinter time.
Workout resumed.
North Pemberton's face. Excuse me. Isn't Candace technically stalking Bart Dimmerton right now? She's got his face. She even exposed to sexual experiences with black guys, supposedly. And that he has a tiny penis. That's what she has on her description. And he's from the Netherlands. Yeah. She's wanting to speak about stalking and slander. She exposed poor Bart Dimmerton's tiny penis and his sexual experiences with black men. Stop using my friend's face. Yeah, I don't even think she's trying to do it. She just has dementia so bad. She keeps on asking about her brother Bill. Like, where's Bill? I just told you 5 minutes ago he's dead. Where's Bill? pay attention. Man, cars fucking outside of there. Formidable to nothing. Formidable to your own fucking mind, maybe. You were once formidable with your own body. I think you still are. You said you quit smoking, but you were formidable against your own fucking body for about 50 years. Smoke until you made her look like she's 100. And male. I gotta go further up, further down. Excuse me. Yeah, Candace is the goddamn criminal. Reason why she freaking skedaddled out of Canada and moved some hellhole in Mexico to be homeless. You know, Brett's honest, at least he tells me, you know, that place is a hellhole, disgusting, I'll never go back, I hate my mama. But like, I'm glad you're being honest there, Brett. You're a good man. Being honest about Mexico. Okay. We're finally almost there. Gotta go to aisle 9. Come on, aisle 9. I found 5 cents. 5 cents.
priceless. Nothing much you got. Unless you mean free. Oh, you want to hear this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. And that's how stupid you are. Did I break your challenge, troll? Count them up. 17 words. Oh, she blocked you again. Sucks. Sorry, players. I couldn't really read your guys' argument. It's too dangerous. I don't want to strike somebody's car or get in a car accident over just reading the debate. Okay, we're looking for a metal detector. Aisle 9, they said. Which one? Ooh. That'll do. There we are. Only $60. Cool. Oh, we might use it today, player. Maybe. Maybe. Where's the solar panels? I don't know how good the quality is. Okay, I better get back out there. My bike's kind of ready just to be gypped.
Hello, Moto.
I'm at the store. What's up? Yeah. What was that coward? You're the one who moved to frickin' butt-ass frickin' Mexico in a lazy boy plane just so you could get away from frickin' supposedly police. Most likely your husband. This is kind of a little. That might be a full size, but you can get a shitty one for sure. Call it $60. If I really enjoy it, I'll buy a better one. I guess. Yeah, pretty cool. I'm glad I got it. I'm glad I got it cheap, and I'm glad it was there. Okay. Journey home. Oh, we found 15 cents. Oh, there's a dime over there. Actually, today's a. What should I find? I found a dime, nickel, 2 quarters, so 65 cents. I didn't even need a metal detector. Yeah, same.
Workout resumed.
don't think the bars are gonna touch this time, so that's good, but yeah, I gotta watch out whenever there's something heavy. Or not even heavy, just kinda long. It does warp the back end of the bike just a little bit. Just a little bit. It's like it's on a bridge, how it has a sway. Whatever, like a giant truck that's on. A little bit of a tugging force in the back. So I can't. Bob Barker finally left. Finally had to go OD in the toilet. She gave it her all. She probably had a heart attack. Okay, I'm a paranoid guy, so we're gonna check for my wallet one more time. Pretty sure I remember putting it in the bag, but that would be too safe.
Workout cost.
It looks like I gotta clip these zip ties just a little bit. I got a couple scratches actually. Guess we'll have to do that. I have to find a nail clippers. Put them straight to the edge.
Workout resumed.
I don't know if we're gonna do it today because there is a farmer market in the middle of downtown. Maybe. Could go to Simon Park. Shouldn't be too many people. Maybe I'll have to walk further, just so I can go in the woods. There's nobody out there, but I see a lot of hikers going through there. They're kind of fun. With your feet open. Harbor Freight actually has a really nice website too. It told me which aisle to look for, or else it would have took me like 20 minutes and then it was right exactly where they told me. That's good. Aisle 9. Yeah. Although, yeah. Yeah, it was, I mean, it's good enough size on the inside. The outside kind of looks small, but actually packed quite a bit of cool stuff in there. Well, this is out low. Yeah, it is small. Whistling.
Lap 1, 36 minutes 58 seconds. Lap speed 8.1. Total 5 miles. Heart rate 129. Senor Lucas. Turtles. Turtles are cool. Facts. That's a sad thing. No turtles around the city. At least I haven't seen any. Go on Gemini, see what they say. There's a secret spot.
I used to love messing with the turtles when I was young in the villages. Oh, okay. So it's like Rec Room? Interesting. Hope you like it, bud. Buddy. Player. I hope it brings you enjoyment and fulfillment and enrichment and toothpaste. Go back and read your comments. Too busy. I'll try to look at it. It's just dangerous. All these people are parked on the road. I don't want to slam into a car. And don't get shot at. I need to pay something. I'm gonna have to pay attention. Sadly. I gotta pay attention. Sadly. Old man fish. Are you willing to renounce Jesus Christ as your Lord and Savior again? We ain't at peace. We'll be at peace if you renounce Jesus Christ as your Lord and Savior. Just renounce Him. That's it. For me. Show me that you're an honest man. It's not trying to scam old ladies. Renounce Jesus Christ. Renounce Him. Do it. That's what an honest man would say. Unless they can float your ass. Is it leaking again? I tried to warn you. I tried to warn you. Now they call you prolapse fish. Prolapse fish, you got no booty. Hanging out like a spaghetti. I got worms in my brain. 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 Oh, got brain worms. Fancy breakfast. Well, you have a beautiful day, Angelica. Hope it's a lovely day. Fish got brain worms and schizophrenia. A little bit of passion. Cause he a B-I-T-C-H. Oh yeah, he's a B-I-T-C-H. He's a B-I-T-C-H. He's a B-I-T-C-H. B-I-T-C-H. Fish is a B-I-T-C-H. Fish is a B-I-T-C-H. Damn right. Damn right. What? You just never get along. Brainwave? Oh, if you don't, let's play it, but bunch of lies. Did you see that? I don't think I ever captured that. There's just a lady riding her pony slash donkey on the sidewalk. Fish, did you see that? There's a lady riding a donkey, or a pony, on the sidewalk. Did you see it? Probably not. I should have turned back over. She waved at me. It's crazy. You see that?
Workout paused.
Really? You're one of those guys who bought dewormer?
Workout resumed.
Really? You sure you can't buy like doctor or dog dewormer? Maybe like double up on a dog dose, you know? Look for German Shepherd. And take 2. Came out your tooth. I think you're screwed if it came out your tooth. They're already anchored to your bones, buddy.
Workout paused.
There he is.
Workout paused.
I'll be right back, fish. I'll same play.
Somebody's going treasure hunting.
You wouldn't say that to my face, that's for sure, fish. You be crying to your mama. Butt face. Well, now what the hell do we do? Do my overhead presses? Or I gotta get my bag.
How do I get started with overhead presses? I guess.
Jim, before we go, we have a lot to talk about. We have some of the best wrestling I've seen in a long time to talk about. I'm excited about it. Why don't we talk about the exciting deals at Cornette's Collectibles?
Well, as a matter of fact, since you mentioned that, I mentioned a few days ago on the last program that we did that I had announced that all the proceeds from the sales of my book, Heroes and Friends, at JimCornette.com during the month of June was going to the WHAS Crusade for Children, and that is this weekend as we are talking here now, June 6th and 7th here in the Louisville area, but they take donations anytime at WHAScrusade.org. However, I said some people, their hearts were in the right place, but their ears went on vacation, and we had a sudden spike in sales the last week of May when I made the announcement or whatever. So we're donating the last week of May and June proceeds of the sales of Heroes and Friends to the Crusade for Children. But a member of the Cult of Cornette, Justin from Kensington, Connecticut, we've talked about him here before in the past, I believe. He wrote me a letter, and he says he's already mailed, as a good Christian gentleman does, writes letters on paper and mails donations. He's already mailed his donation for this year, but he had a question, and I wanted to answer it because now he's a paying customer, right? And he's got cash in this. If you send them money, I'll do odd things. I don't know any other way to describe it. But anyway, I'm answering an odd question from Justin, who's quite odd. He happened to be at Penn Station the other day, which, as you mentioned recently, is on top of Madison Square Garden.
No, under Madison Square Garden.
Or on top of, I guess it'd be her. Well, now when they got the hovercraft that come in on top of this, see, they got it coming and going. It's around the area. And he was standing there looking at MSG, and he saw all of the major historic sporting events that have occurred. Ali versus Frazier, the 1970 NBA Finals, 1994 Stanley Cup Finals, and of course the first WrestleMania. He said, I'm struck by how you must have felt the first time you were in the world's most famous arena. Do you remember how you felt before your first MSG show? Has there ever been a time when you've been awestruck by the magnitude that some of these venues carry and the fact that you're backstage at a place that most people only dream of visiting? Was his question. And he also gives his regards to you as well as Lacey and Hotchkiss. And I know I've told the story before, but as we have looked before we started recording, because I asked you about this, if I told this story, we couldn't find it on a YouTube channel, so you got to be an old fucker to remember me telling it, so you've probably forgotten it, so I'll tell it again. But there was two times was supposed to be my first time in Madison Square Garden to begin with, which I'll start with, but my first time actually in Madison Square Garden, not just in the wrestling business, but as a human being, I was managing the WWF champion in the main event at WrestleMania, which some people find disturbingly ironic because I had never particularly had an opinion either way on working in Madison Square Garden at that point in time. It just happened that way. And it's like I wasn't, which that was more nerve-wracking. The first time I went to the Omni, I got a kick out of it. And it took me and also in the Gardens, obviously, because that was where I grew up going to, the matches. But by the time that I was in an era where, before video, I wasn't growing up up a WWF fan except seeing pictures in magazines. You know, by the time that I got into business and there was ever a chance of me working in Madison Square Garden, I'd already goddamn worked in enough buildings that I was more worried about the parking. Does that make any sense, Brian? I've rambled on long enough.
That makes sense.
And that's the thing is that I wish I could give my goddamn experience to somebody else who would mean more, because I know the kids in New York are like, oh my God, I wish I could have been them. You know, but it was a big deal for me to do what I had dreamed of or seen as a fan and as a young person. But the point is, my first time was not the first time I was booked there, though. And that's the thing. Do you remember the story of the first time I was booked there? 2 months beforehand.
The first time you were booked at the store store?
Yes. I'd started with the WWF in late July of '93 at the Raw tape. Until 1994, they were doing a show with a Royal Rumble. 94, whatever the date was. And I was in Morristown, which is like 30 miles outside of Knoxville, if you remember. And the Knoxville airport's on the southern side of Knoxville. Point being, we had a show the night before. They were supposed to leave the next day to fly up there, and they're calling Knoxville. Oh, fuck. So, after the show that we goddamn had, I went, got a hotel room nearest the Knoxville airport that I could, because our flight was early in the morning, snow was going to be overnight, blah, blah, blah. Tom and Jimmy, and that was the bodies of time, was Tom and Pritchard and Jimmy Del Rey. Well, Tom is thought about Madison Square Garden quite often. And Jimmy Del Rey is thinking, what the fuck? He's only been out of the Florida Outlaws for 6 months when he's been a heavenly body and he's booked in goddamn Madison Square Garden, so he's shitting. So they all either lived close enough or they got a hotel, whatever, but we all got to the airport that morning to go to this goddamn show, and there's like in 1994, there's 3 gates in Knoxville Airport, and the fucking snow has already been coming down, and it's coming down worse, and we're sitting, and they're spraying that shit on the planes that supposedly de-ices them, and it looks to me like goddamn, redneck from Maynardville with a fucking fire hose. And I'm starting to get trepidatious, right? Because you know me in airplanes. So anyway, as it they're delaying the flights. Some of them are canceled. Some of them are still just delayed. Ours is delayed. We're sitting there. Tom and Jimmy are, as you can imagine, thrilled, and I'm getting more nervous. And they're still milking us that our plane's going to go, but this weather looks miserable outside and nothing else is happening. And I reached my breaking point. If this fucking plane goes, I don't need to be on it. So I told Tom and Jimmy, I said, look here. I said, I'm going home. Well, I can still get home to Morristown. I said, if this plane takes off and you get there, just tell them you never saw us from home, and I hope I'll be there. And as I recall, normally what would have taken me about 45 minutes in those days took me like an hour and 45 minutes. And I got in a fucking house, and I think they sat there another 2 hours and it was canceled. So they didn't make it either. But that was the first time we were supposed to be there. So technically I wouldn't have the record that I have if I'd have made that booking. But I wasn't about to get on that fucking plane, whether it left or not. And then the debut was WrestleMania 10, because that was the next time they ran Madison Square Garden. And the bodies were in the open match, and I managed Yokozuna in the double title Sabada. So actually I was on first, in the middle, and last. They spread me out quite thin over the course of the night. And that was, you know, again, it was wonderful to be in Madison Square Garden where Ali fought Frazier, but to get there, we flew into whatever fucking airport that they had us fly into. Well, I don't even think it was Newark. I think it was like LaGuardia or whatever. And we had to rent a car, and because we were on the loop, the next day we were going to Poughkeepsie or where for Raw. The next day we were going for the syndicated taping, like in Glens Falls or whatever. So we had to have a car, so we drive down and find fucking the hotel that they've got us at. One of the Brian, I can't remember the name of it. You know, but WrestleMania '94. It was a hotel in downtown New York that wasn't a major fucking chain. Well, that's where they put us. I don't fucking know. Because we get there, we check in, and we see there's no place to fucking park anywhere around this goddamn place. And maybe they were picking our hotels up at the time, so maybe they stuck us somewhere different. We get to the garden, and we've already been smartened up. We got to park across the street for $20. What's that in today's money? Like $60. Plus, you had to tip the guy another $20 that was running the underground lot, or he'd block you in with other $20 suckers, and you wouldn't be able to leave till everybody had left, right? And so then we get in the fucking building, and by the time we go through all that shit, you know, I walked out there and it was very impressive, but so was every other 20,000 seat building I'd been in at that point. I was stressed the fuck out and didn't really have time for any joy to sink in. And then by the time that we got out of there that night and got back to our hotel, there was plenty of places to park right there next to the hotel, and I asked two grown adult men that were with me, you see a goddamn sign anywhere around this son of a bitch that says no parking? How is this too good to be true? We can park right next to our hotel on the street in New York. It's Sunday night. Maybe they've all got the night off. So we parked the car there, and the next morning, I get up and the goddamn car's gone. And the people at the front desk told me, yeah, they towed it. Well, why didn't you call me and tell me? I was pounding the desk so hard my watch fucking band broke and the watch flew across the desk. And Jimmy Del Rey goes and scrambles and picks it up. And I almost threw it back at him. I went, apparently, and Brian, can you testify to this? That for some reason, in one city in the country or possibly the world, New York City, there are not signs that say no parking. There are signs that say no standing.
Well, there's both. There's both.
But not together. Sometimes it's no parking then, and sometimes it's no standing.
Well, because parking means you actually leave your car there and take off.
We parked and left. So we should have been good.
They can't park. That's another.
The point I was making at the time was we weren't standing, we were parking. If a person stands, a car parks. We weren't standing in the fucking street. There was a space there, and we were parking in it. Who says no standing when they mean no parking? So then we had to get a cab to go to the fucking place that they towed cars. And we got there probably at midnight, 12:30, maybe in the morning, right? And we're trying to leave at 10 o'clock. They had put 6 parking tickets on the goddamn windshield by the time that they towed the thing before 10 o'clock. What is with these people up there?
It's a racket. It's a way to generate revenue. It's a complete racket. How many times in your life, because you've rented so many cars, have you had a rental car towed?
That one.
That's the only time? Wow.
It's the only time I've ever had car towed. Except if it was broke fucking down.
That doesn't count. That doesn't count.
No, that's the one and only time that anybody has ever towed one of my fucking vehicles any fucking where against my will. And we had to take a cab to that place to get it, and then pay whatever the fuck, and then I took tickets, and as I fucking exited the lot, fucking, because I wasn't coming back to that fucking place, and off we went to goddamn TV. So, but now we're late, and that was before cell phones, but we had a number, I don't remember, it was on the booking sheet, they give you the building numbers in those days or whatever. We called the office, relayed the message, whatever it was. And when we got there, Bruce and Pat and those jolly jokers had stopped at like a truck stop to get gas or whatever on the way to Poughkeepsie and bought a little toy truck at the gimmick aisle and put tape on it, a New York City tow truck, no standing, fine for parking, and set it at my goddamn place when I got to the production meeting. Anyway, so I didn't really have time to enjoy my goddamn first experience because my nerves were racked from having come up to New York, got into Manhattan, gotten into the garden, gotten out of the garden, gotten back in possession of our fucking vehicle, and goddamn gone on.
Were you happy with your WrestleMania 10 later Night of Legends tuxedo?
I was happy. I was probably happiest with the outfit that I was anything that happened that night. Although I get to do a little deal with Piper, but remember when Luger hit me and I got a big WrestleMania bump, and I was going to take a punch take a bump like Lawler punched me in Memphis, and instead he gave me the little Luger shot on the bicep. Punched my left fucking arm. Oh, jeez. And I took the bump and he went, I shouldn't have. One thing the package couldn't do was throw a punch.
That was Jim's Madison Square Garden debut, and again, that WrestleMania, the Heavenly Bodies dark match, Yokozuna versus part of the main event for WrestleMania 10.
And that, in hindsight, obviously, it wasn't all misery as I just described. The biggest thrill for me was getting to work with Piper and doing something with Roddy in the garden. That was the highlight of the night. It wasn't all misery, and I shouldn't give people more ammunition that I'm the most miserable son of a bitch on the planet. But boy, back when I was young and had that much energy.
Well, Jim, of course, one of the reasons you were so cranky was you were on the road, you didn't have the right food. You didn't have the right meal. You didn't have something prepared by a chef to give you all the healthy options that you need, the protein you need, and of course the deliciousness is delivered. This is awful grammar. By our friends at Factor.
The delicious sausage that you will be delivered to forthwith and hastewise. Now, folks, I'll tell you in English, here's the thing. We didn't have, back in those days, in our hurry-scurry lives, we didn't have today's modern conveniences, and we didn't have Factor. And together, that adds up to you don't have to starve to death while you're on the road or at home if you're busy. Because now you got microwave ovens. Try to find a microwave oven at a hotel back in 1994, Brian. I'd double dog dare you. But now they're all over the place. Of course, they're in your own home. As a matter of fact, every day when you microwave yourself in your own home, you're exposing yourself to massive amounts of radiation that could cause mutation. So why not have a delicious meal while you're doing it? Because the Factor meals are ready in 2 minutes, and it's not just some kind of truck stop microwave slop. This is Factor meals that are crafted with functional ingredients like lean proteins, colorful veggies, whole foods, healthy fats, and I'll have you know, no sawdust, Brian. You know that's a big ingredient in like some of these country places, the sawmill gravy, based with sawdust. No sawdust with Factor.
No sawdust, no mildew.
Fresh, never frozen. That's why, see, you get the mildew when it thaws out. Over a hundred mildew.
I just said there's no mildew, not you'll get
That's
it.
why I'm saying it's fresh, never frozen, because you get the mildew when the shit thaws out.
Not this. When you say
Not
shit,
this,
you
that.
specify what shit is and what it isn't.
Oh, I'm talking about the good shit, not the bad shit.
The bad shit will give you mildew. The good shit,
No, see, you don't want just soggy shit that's hanging out on your front porch de-thawing. You'll get mildew, but you got the fresh, never frozen stuff with Factor. The 100 rotating weekly meals, they're spinning right now. Globally inspired flavors. The newly launched, just freshly launched. See, everything's fresh. Ready to eat salads with vibrant ingredients like the elote corn and the miso edamame. I just, well, your mommy, edamame. Well, that's edamame with that garlic parm shrimp, and that's me. But they've got 70 plus add-ons to round out your nutrition. Folks, you can just stay away from all of the steroids and the testosterosity and eat good, fresh, never frozen Factor meals.
Try the salmon.
And right now. Say again?
Try the salmon.
Oh, yes, and try the salmon, because Brian has a deal. He's got 10% of the salmon population.
Hey, let's not reveal things.
You had to buy half of Alaska to get that. Head to factormeals.com right now. Factor Meal, Factor, Factor. See, I want to make sure everybody knows how to spell this.
Thank you.
Factormeals.com/JCE50 off. That's the code. You're going to get 50% off and free daily greens per box. Before I thought it was a box of greens daily, but it's free daily greens per box. With new subscriptions only while supplies last, because we're in a drought, folks. Things can't stay green forever. So once again, you can see the website for more details, but everything you need to know, go to factormeals.com. Use the code JCE50 off. Get 50% off and the greens with your new subscription only, and then you're going to be hooked. And you're going to want more Factor meals from more different globally inspired places. And Sao Paulo.
Today, sign up. We have a great deal for the listeners. 50% off and free daily greens. Once again, factormeals.com/JCE50 off.
That's the one.
Right there. And great food. Great food. We love it here. Factor.
Well, and if it's cheap, then really, who cares? Even if it wasn't any half off, how good does it need to be? Just stick it in your mouth and don't go fucking hungry.
Cheap price, not cheap quality of food. Top quality food made by top quality chefs. Get it today, once again.
Yeah, for a cheap price.
Once again,
that's what I'm saying.
Factormeals.com/JCE50.
What kind of prick's gonna complain about half-price food? Just stick it down your neck. It's gonna sit in your gullet. As Frank Morrell used to say, when I would complain about going all the way to a hot, miserable spot show for only $50. Boy, have you ever seen $50 worth of ham and eggs on a plate? Right there.
Once again, factormeals.com/JCE50.
Royal Credit Union is here for you and your community with people first service, local support, and all the accounts and loans you need to help reach your financial goals. Learn more at rcu.org/yoursupport. Insured by NCUA. Loan subject to credit approval. Equal credit opportunity.
Purchase tickets in advance. All ticket prices, $1, $1.50, and $2 are for sale every Wednesday afternoon. We just talked about that with Louisville, how they handled advance tickets. Here's how they did it in Lubbock. as I turned the page.
Yes, that was how they did that.
World champion Lou Thez, North American champion Ricky Romero, North American tag team champions are Dory Funk Jr. and Ricky Romero. Wahoo McDaniel, completing successful football season, will return to wrestling. So that's on the horizon. And then also,
yeah, Wahoo was still playing football at that point. During the football season, he'd wrestle off season. When we went to, it wasn't Lubbock, it was Midland, I believe. Midland or Odessa. It's the Twin Cities, one or the other. But we were there for a show one time for WCW, and Wahoo was one of the agents. And a guy brought a newspaper and showed it to just one of the fans, showed it to Wahoo. It was a story of when he was a standout high school football star there at Midland, Odessa, or whatever school they had. And then at the bottom of the page where he's the headline and talking about all of his football exploits, there's an ad appearing live, so-and-so, opening act, Elvis Presley.
wow.
He was like, I was bigger than Elvis.
Yes, but Tokyo Tom, it's Ray Urbano, the original Great Kabuki.
Oh, okay. I truthfully did not know which Tom was from Tokyo there.
Fritz von Erich sends a message to Tokyo Tom. Fritz von Erich, by the way, spelled E-R-I-C-K, the man that has been so outstanding with his unique claw hold, has informed your promoter that he has taken the only worthwhile hold in all the Oriental science of combat and perfected it as no one else in the world. He is out to prove it by defeating every Japanese wrestler he can find. F-I-N-E. Every Japanese wrestler.
They meant well. I mean, it's a good story. They just can't spell it.
He wants Tokyo Tom in the Lubbock ring. And by the way, the match between Doug Gilbert and Rene Goulet, since there was no decision in their match last week, these two return to face each other again. The winner will be the one chosen to meet the undefeated Lawman here next week. The Lawman in Lubbock, Texas. This must be early on when he was wrestling, I guess.
Don the Lawman Slatton, so named because he had the bail bonds place out there. And ran, what was his town? Shit. Don's Abilene. Not Aberdeen. He wasn't Scottish. Abilene, the prettiest town we ever seen. We tried to steal Harley Race's title in Abilene. Go ahead.
Jim, our next program here, interesting card. Let's try to go for some accuracy.
Oh.
The Missing Link versus Mike Reed. John Morrison versus Super Destroyer number 2. Sheik Akbar versus Iceman King Parsons. A 10-minute intermission, followed by Buddy Roberts, Michael Hayes, and Terry Gordy versus Kevin, David, and Kerry Von Erich. Kevin crossed out Mike written in. Mike forgot.
My God.
Black Gordman versus Johnny Mantell. 2 more matches.
2 more?
Ric Flair versus Mike Von Erich. To win, world champion Ric Flair must defeat Mike in 10 minutes and remain unpinned himself, followed by another intermission for 15 minutes, and finally, for the vacant American Heavyweight Championship, in a caged ring, Chris Adams versus gorgeous Jim Garvin.
Oh, good Lord. We are in the vicinity of Dallas, Texas, obviously. And just going down the card, missing leg was Dewey Robertson, but that was his, best run. Dewey Robertson had been a wrestler for 20 years when he became the Link, and that's what got him over. JYD would be appearing on loan from Mid-South Wrestling, as would tag team title. Brian Diaz, of course, best known for going to high school with the Von Erichs. And Iceman Parsons against the Super Destroyers, who were, that was Scott and Bill Irwin at that time, right?
I believe so.
We talked about how underrated both those guys were. But then Akbar working with Parsons, I think Akbar was probably managing the Super Ds at that point in time, and there's some type of gimmick going on where, you know, Akbar has to get in the ring with Parsons, but after the tag match or whatever. Basically, as we talked about, Dallas didn't mind asking a motherfucker to work twice in one night. Even on the Texas Stadium shows, it was like, oh yeah, you'll have this match, and then there's a 10-man tag or whatever the fuck.
And then you're working with Ric Flair.
Yes, and you're also working with Mike Reed. Birds against the Von Erichs with Kevin crossed out and Mike put in indicates that this is the 83 or 84 time period. And because Mike substituted in that and then was also working with Flair, and he must win in 10 minutes. That was a deal that they were doing where they were trying to introduce Mike in as palatable a way as possible. But I said, well, okay, we know that Flair could beat him eventually, but can he beat him that quick, right? That type of thing. And Gordman and Johnny Mantell, bless them, were there to give somebody a breath. And then Chris Adams and Garvin had a hot deal going on at that point in time. That's when Adams was still a babyface. So based on when they introduced Mike, I think this is 1984. And I think it's early on in the year. It sounds like it would be a Reunion Arena card. But then also, this may have been a Star Wars thing they did at the Tarrant County Convention Center. But maybe was it... But they wouldn't have done a Reunion Arena early in 84. It would have been either Thanksgiving, Christmas 83. Was this Thanksgiving 1983 at Reunion Arena?
Oh, man, you talked yourself out of this.
Did I?
That's when Mike Von Erich debuted, I believe, was Thanksgiving. This was Monday, January 30th, 1984, 8 p.m. Tarrant County Convention Center, world-class wrestling star.
Son of a bitch. And that's because they did that in January. I was on the 1985 version.
What do you think about the fact, let's talk about Ric Flair and Mike Von Erich. Because Ric Flair is one of the more popular is not the right word, but when you think about the Von Erichs and feuds and opponents, he wrestled every one of them.
Yeah.
It's one thing when it's Kerry, it's one thing David, one thing Kevin. You could point to, I guess, David, early success in St. Louis over Harley Race when David was very skinny, but what was Flair thinking coming into town being told, you have to work with Mike, and by the way, the result is written in draw. And you're not beating Mike, by the way. You have to work with Mike who's been wrestling 2 months, and you can't win the NWA World Championship.
He knew. He knew. He respected Fritz's business and the other boys in terms of the money they'd drawn. He didn't respect their, personal habits or sometimes the ordeal you had to go through to work with one or more of them. And remember, this was a much professional version of Flair that we might get these days back then to begin with. But he knew what the deal was. And, go 10 minutes on the big show with, Mike and get a giant payoff, and that's the way it's going to be. Everybody knew from the time, I won't say everybody, not the fans, but everybody in the business knew at the time that Mike debuted kind of what his ceiling was going to be, and that he was going to be there as long as the Von Erichs were there in Dallas, but that he wasn't going to be
to be on the same show. this next program, the opening match, Frank Hickey, 260 out of Chicago, oh good lord, versus Charlie Lay. Or actually, excuse me, Charlie Loy, 230, Knoxville, Tennessee.
Well, it's Lay. That's a typo. Dynamite Lay is who it was to his friends.
And a special event gem, Andre Drapp, 225 from France, versus Evan Marion, 216, Montreal, Canada. A 5-minute intermission, followed by a tag team match. Taro Mayaki and Tojo Yamamoto from Japan versus Haystacks Calhoun and Ray Vilmer. A 10-minute intermission, and finally, the main event, a return match. No time limit. No disqualification. Masks and title at stake. Assassin number 1 and Assassin number 2 versus Eddie Graham and Dick Steinborn.
Oh, good lord. All righty. Joe being on the card almost has to put it in the Tennessee territory, but some of the other things don't stack up in that, well, Frank Spaceman Hickey was, of course, legendary in the wrestling business for being one of those characters. And he's the one that used to live at the Wigwam Village on the side of Interstate 65 down in near Cave City, Kentucky, that the boys would go visit him. He had all of his old costumes from the days he was on the Dumont Network, on mannequins in his little fucking wigwam room. Charlie Lay, Dynamite Lay, was a big baby face and a local hero in the Knoxville territory. Andre Drapp was a baby face with, I believe, as I remember, a nice physique that worked the southern territories. I don't know who the fuck Evan Marion was. Haystacks Calhoun and Ray Vilmer as a tag team is odd. And Tojo worked as a team in the Tennessee territory, Memphis, Birmingham, Chattanooga, these type of places. But Tojo didn't come into Tennessee until 62, 63. Haystacks Calhoun worked, well, in and out. Eddie Graham and Dick Steinborn as champions against the Assassins. That doesn't necessarily have to be Jody Hamilton and Tom Ernesto if this is the Tennessee territory, because Nick could have just made some up. But Graham worked mid-60s in the Tennessee territory, especially the Memphis end, but he had Sam Steamboat as his partner, not Dick Steinborn. Is this, I'm just going to take a wild poke with a fucking stick, 1965 in Birmingham, Alabama.
It's a wild poke. Jim, it's Friday, March 31st, 1962.
Son of a bitch.
I thought you
I would not have put Dojo on a card, nor Frank Hickey. Now after to the main event, but I fucking went down the Eddie Graham mid-60s Tennessee rabbit hole. Oh well, so I was 180 miles and 3 years off.
Flash, Freddie Blassie may be on his way to Atlanta sometime in the spring. Don Curtis, former AAU champion, will be here in a few weeks. It will be his first trip to Georgia. Championship Wrestling every Friday at the air-conditioned City Auditorium. All right, Jim, what will probably be our final program here today?
All right, I'm revved up.
The first bout is written in. Mike Monroe versus Carl Gotch.
Carl Gotch written in.
An extra added match. Carl Gotch was supposed to be in this one, but he was changed to that first match. Mike Conrad versus Manuel Soto. A bonus attraction. Pacific Coast champ Fred Blassie versus rough contender Beautiful Bobby. We have a special tag team match, Jim. 2 out of 3 falls. Rugged Russian 1 and Rugged Russian 2 versus Rene Goulet and Mike Pappas, which is written in for Mike Conrad, who was written into the other match. A Texas death match, Jim. Chief Jay Strongbow versus Stanley Stasiak.
Oh, good Lord. Okay.
For the World Tag Championship, 2 out of 3 falls, Tarzan Tyler and Luke Graham versus Gorilla Monsoon and Victor Rivera. And finally, the main event, Steel Cage Showdown for the World Championship, Pedro Morales versus Jay Valiant.
Wow. I don't know about Monroe and Mike Conrad, Robert Conrad, or all those other people. But popped me being written in, considering his personal picadillos about who he was. The god of pro wrestling got written in on the fucking opener. But this was at a time where he was in the territory, which is, of course, the old WWF. Fred Blassie, the Pacific Coast champion. Blassie was the top guy in the Los Angeles territory, working for Mike LaBelle. But because the TV aired there on, what was it, Brian? One of the Hispanic stations in New York, the Los Angeles TV. So they imported talent sometimes. Beautiful Bobby was not Bobby, but the original Beautiful Bobby, who was Bob Harmon. And he ended up, Smoky Mountain legend Bob Harmon. He was living in Cincinnati and friends with Les Thatcher, who had known him because Bob Harmon quit wrestling in the mid-'70s, but he came down to be Buddy Landell's manager just to kick him off when Good Buddy came back after a long absence. The Russians were Pedro Godoy and I can't remember, but they were a mass team, and Rene Goulet, we just talked about earlier in the program, he was a babyface at this point, and along with the Flying Pappas, who is famous for having that picture of the centerfold of Wrestling World taken up in Andre the Giant's arms, because Pappas was only like 5'4". Strongbow and Stasiak. Strongbow was on his first run as the top baby, second top baby face behind the WWF champion. Vince Sr. loved him some Strongbow. When did he become Jay Strongbow? What, 70 or 71? You're not going to narrow this down. But Stasiak, this was the champion, which began, what was it, December 1, 1973, on December 10, 1973. Tarzan Tyler and Luke Graham were the tag team champions when it was the U.S. tag team belts, I believe. Or were they the first? Jimmy Back. We'll say the Philly Spectrum in 1972.
Very, very close. Sad we have to close out on this note. Jim, it's Saturday, 13th, 1971. The promoter Abe Ford, the Boston Garden.
Son of a bitch, I talked myself out of it again.
You had it in your hand and you let it go.
Well, there you go.
How about that? 1971 cage match main event against the world champion for Handsome Jimmy.
That was his first big single run before there was a Valiant Brothers. And he was actually sometimes teamed up with Beautiful Bobby.
Texas deathmatch rules: 1, no curfew. 2, no time limit. 3, no hold barred. 4, no disqualification. 5, referee cannot award bout. 6, wrestler must be pinned or surrender. 7, must be a winner. See Championship Wrestling on WKBG TV Channel 56 Saturday, 11 to 12 a.m. WSBK TV Channel 38 Saturday, 2 to 3 p.m. WPRI TV Channel 12 Saturday, 2:30 to 3:30 p.m. And finally, WMUR TV Channel 9 Sunday, 2 to 3 p.m. Check your local paper for times, as program presentation is subject to change.
4 different television airings in the same television market over the course of daytimes and the weekend. They may have had an audience that approached half of what is watching AEW Dynamite on Wednesday nights in the whole country.
And by the way, this is interesting. Since 1971, steel cage rules: 1, winner must go over the top of cage, or 2, winner must go out steel cage door. 3, no referee inside steel cage. So here in the Northeast, even back then,
Bruno could beat the Sheik. Whatever the fuck, I don't know.
Well, Jim, that was Guess the Program, and of course, when we hear the sad state of your performance this week, other than getting the Memphis card, you talked yourself out of a lot of things. You know, I think you could say, talked yourself out of your pants. And of course, you recently sold your pants for half off. You're a mess right now, and you need something to cover it up.
I'm a mess. That's the point. What are you talking about?
What I'm trying to say is our friends at the Perfect Gene may have something so you can cover up and do more respectful next time. It's very simple.
This.
Why is that hard to understand?
Well, I don't. I'm flabbergasted is what I am. Here's what the thing is. Maybe that'll take the Perfect Gene and wad it up and stuff in your mouth so you wouldn't have to go through those convulsions you just went through. Now, what you're trying to say, Brian, is that the people at the Perfect Gene have built the Perfect Gene, and not only that, but other kinds of clothing like butter soft tees and polos that hug your arms and chest without strangling them. And they layer seamlessly under a light jacket for those cool May evenings. It was late, I was walking you home, we got down to the gate, and I was thinking of my tees and how they really please when they grip my nipples so softly and gently.
Let's softly and gently get back to the
Yes, the Perfect Gene, because if you want clothes that don't cut your circulation off, or don't chafe your taint, or don't crimp up your ass crack, or don't give you horrible just lumps in your armpits from constantly sawing back and forth with the seam and the rough cotton and the horrible materials and the sharp edges of normal clothing, you want the Perfect Gene, because they've done this without all of that stuff. They make blue jeans that don't look like stretch jeans, but yet they stretch. And they look blue because they are. And they're comfortable enough to sit down without throwing up or bending over to pick up something without being cut in half like in some kind of horrible Saw movie climax where you bend over to pick up a dime off the ground and suddenly your top half falls off because the waistband of your immovable, unstretchable pants has just sawed you in half like a goddamn trout. Brian, do you want to be sawed in half like a trout?
No, a horrible thing, but let's just say a problem you won't need to worry about with the Perfect Gene, and that's one of the great things about the Perfect Gene. No horror film endings, just stretchiness, and you can bend over. Brock Lesnar has been looking for a pair of jeans like this his whole life.
You can, because you can F5 people. You just walk down the street, pick somebody up, and give them an F5. You're not going to split the seat out of these pants.
Don't that, but you won't.
Oh, you know, you won't if you did, but if you do, worry. But see, the thing is, with the associated clothing they make it out of such incredible material that you can just caress yourself. Just walk down the street, just rubbing yourself all over your body. They've got waists from 26 inches to 52 inches, so they can fit Javon Evans to Mason Rook. And they've got lengths from 26 to 38, which means they can fit short people into tall people. And you don't even have to worry about just having a measurement, because also they ask you like a body type, all the way from skinny to thick, including athletic, which some of you guys out there are. If you want to try to squat or work out or jump or crawl or whatever you people do in the gym, well, you can do this. And if you're fat, did I mention before, well, then you can just be fine, because they'll stretch with all of your expansive rolls and folds and the waves that come over your body. Well, no. If you're a really fat person and you're wearing clothes, the clothes do not spread out and or expand and contract with the waves that your body makes when you sit down or stand up or try to touch your toes or wipe your ass, or whatever the case may be. So you don't have to worry about that.
Again, fat or skinny or in between, it doesn't matter. The perfect gene. See? No difference between you're just people that need jeans that fit and are comfortable, that are stretchy, give you all the capabilities with that classic jean look. And of course, when we get past all the fun Jim Cornette stories, we're talking about, at its core, a great pair of pants.
And at your core, where your core won't be sore. See? Yeah, you were doing poetry over there a minute ago, where your core won't be sore. If you no good whore, if you get
okay, you take it too far.
Well, I couldn't think of the door. I'll take the door. Right now, folks, open up the door to the perfect gene and associated clothing by going to theperfectgene, JEAN.NYC. Or Google the perfect gene, but go to theperfectgene.nyc, and our listeners are going to get 15% off their first order plus free shipping with the code JCE15. That again is JCE15 for 15% off and free shipping. Theperfectgene.nyc, so you can bend over, you can squat, you don't even have to unbutton them when you go for your third double bacon cheeseburger, because they're already just stretching out. And if you are genetically mutated, like from Chernobyl, and you have Plastic Man or Mr. Fantastic Reed Richards abilities, well, these things stretch, so you don't have to worry about ripping your pants off and being naked when you elongate your legs onto prices.
That's right, you don't have to worry about any of that, and you won't
never again.
Pair of jeans, the perfect gene, one more time. Special brand of commentary. Let the listeners know that again, that great deal.
That link is JCE15. The great deal is 15% off and free shipping. And I'll have you know that my commentary sometimes is quite pithy and needed in today's environment. Don't squash your balls, folks. The perfect gene. .nyc. No reason to be walking around with flat balls.
That's what I always say. Once again, the perfect gene.
For a limited time, take up to 70% off at Ashley's Overstock Accessories sale. Thousands of in-stock accessories priced to move fast. Mirrors, pillows, lamps, wall art, and more up to 70% off while supplies last. Only at Ashley.
friends. And you are our friends, and welcome back to another edition of Jim Cornette's Drive-Thru. We're yelling, and there's a lot to yell about here today with this man. Well, I'm the host, the great Brian Last. But here's this man, the star of the show, the leader of the cult of Cornette, Mr. Jim Cornette.
I don't know what that last note you hit there was on one of those deep ones there right at the end, but it triggered your sound filter to where we don't recognize this as a goddamn noise that a human ear should want to hear, so we'll just filter that. That's where that was all over the place. My God, man, are you intoxicated?
Unlike you're singing Patti LaBelle, get out of here. You hitting notes that don't exist. Get out of here. See? You see?
See, I'm so
like
good.
a Sasquatch singing.
That's right. That's the Bigfoot national anthem. Patti Bigfoot LaBelle. She comes out in a furry coat and the big floppy feet, and she says, "I don't know what does Bigfoot say? Bigfoot say you walking all over Brian's keyboard." That's what it sounded like.
That's not nice.
At least Jerry Lee Lewis could play the piano with his ass. What are you trying to do?
I haven't tried it with my ass, and I'm not going to do that.
Well, it's
damaged.
It's your ass, so I'm just...
Hey!
All right, I'm not taking a lot seriously today, because not only have I had to watch some of the most polarizing and polar opposite wrestling on the face of this planet from pole to pole, but also I've been back to my physician. Brian, I'm an old man. And I've been back to my physician to find out why my ear won't unstop for good. For bad, why won't unstop? And also he's still telling me I need to get off the Reese cups. I'm gonna take some of that advice. But considering the reports I hear from all quarters of people my age, hey doc, my ear's stopped up. I'll take that. And I'm getting the Medicare. I told the people about this a couple of shows ago, or did I? Or did I just tell you?
It may have been off air. It may have been off air.
Well, it's not going to be a secret because it got goddamn public records, and I'll be 65 years of age in September, and I'm signing up for the Medicare. So that means that the government will send somebody to my house. Oh, hey, no. I understand this means the government will send someone to my house to clean out my ear for me and not charge me for it. That's what Medicare, right? Or give you a proctological exam or whatever the case may be. You don't have to pay for this shit anymore. I've paid a long time. I've paid through the ass for a lot of fucking procedures for the food that I've had on my ass. All of the money has run out the ass. I haven't spent a lot on having it pumped back up there.
Hey, also, I just downloaded the Experian app because I wanted to check my FICO score, but it does so much more. This thing shows you your FICO score, you can get your credit card recommendations, and it shows you ways to save money.
See all you can do with the free Experian app.
This is your program. That, Father Time is creeping. A breath and one day closer to death. How do I sound for a man who's about to fall into pieces and turn to dust?
Again, you sound fine. You sound like you have lots of spirit and many more years in front of you.
I'll be a spirit soon. They'll probably tell me now next I've got leprosy. I don't know what's going on. You know what? Here's what we can do in the time we have left, Brian. You and I, you maybe a year or two longer than I, but all of us out there around the world, in these times where everything is just the shits, do something undeniably good for people who deserve it, regardless of who they are or what they may do, what their livelihoods are or whatever, or their affiliations. Just the kids, Brian, is what I'm saying. I mentioned on the last week's programs the WHAS Crusade for Children. It's coming up. My God, is it 2 weekends? A weekend and a half. Release.
Oh, that's
a little over a week. It's over there now. June 6th and 7th is the Crusade for Children weekend of the telethon. If you are anywhere within like a 125-mile radius of Louisville, Kentucky, you will be able to watch it on television or in a variety of ways. If you are not, you can contribute to WHAScrusade.org. And if you go to jimcornette.com in the month of June, all the sales proceeds of Heroes and Friends, my book, will go, that I sell in June on the website, will go to the Crusade for Children, so you can get a book out of it if you want to do it that way, and your money will go to a good cause. So that now, because we talked about it last time, if all the people that hate will really want to fucking stick it to me, then they can buy a copy of my book and bankrupt me in the month of June. That was a loophole. It may turn out to be even worse than the loophole we found in Corny Coin.
All right, so all the people who hate Jim who are, coincidentally listening to Jim's podcast, this is your way of finally getting them back.
Well, you can even spread the word, though. Spread the word to your uninformed, unenlightened, uneducated, dipshit friends that don't like me. See, that should cover it.
There's a segment of the fan base that thinks that this is just so you could set up the Crusade for Corny and raise a whole bunch of money for yourself.
Well, no, unfortunately, they can't find anything wrong with me yet, so I don't have any ailments to raise the funds for. Although I did have that bunion situation, but I'm just getting bigger shoes. Anyway, so that's the month of June at jimcornette.com. Heroes and Friends sales to the Crusade, as well as anything. And I've had a number of folks, in all seriousness, either email or tweet to receipts that they've donated to the Crusade, and we appreciate it. On behalf of, I'm not an official ambassador, but on behalf of everybody here in Louisville, we appreciate it. And what else is going on in the news, Brian?
Well, I did want to mention something here at the top of the show. Some unfortunate news that over the last week broke. I first saw it a little while ago, but now it's getting out. Cauliflower Alley put out a statement. Golden Boy Jerry Gray has passed away. 62. I don't know too much about what has happened recently. Obviously, Jerry was someone who was a frequent guest on the 605 Super Podcast, which introduced him to a whole new audience and raised him a lot of money for his battle with cancer. I don't know exactly what has caused him to pass away now, but he has been very sick, obviously, for...
That's more than 10 years ago. To battle cancer.
It was a little less than 10 years ago that he started appearing on the 605 Super Podcast. The famous story about Jake Roberts drinking his own piss. He was told by Jerry Gray. A very memorable story. The clip is still out there. Check it out. But he's someone who came up around the same time as you and was a wrestling fan. I first encountered him in the late 90s. He got in touch with me about getting tapes of himself. And in trade, he sent me a show he promoted in 1988 with him against Terry Funk in West Palm Beach. And it was great. And that's really kind of what became his future.
Well, and Jerry, and it hits me, he was 2 years younger than me. But one of his first territories was they brought him to Mid-South when we were there in 84. I think he came in probably summertime-ish, something like that. And that was, I guess, one of, because he would have only been, oh, Jesus Christ, if I was 23, he'd have been like 21. So But that was one of the first places we got to know him, and then he was he was in a lot of territories Crockett would end up buying, right? Oh, hey, Jerry, how you doing? Boom, boom, boom. But then, as you said, he was from Florida or spent most of his life and ended up running, decent sized independent events.
He's independent events, usually him in the main event, as a lot of indie promoters did when they wrestled. And again, good stuff. Him and Terry Funk was a great match.
Yeah.
But then where he really made some money was he became really big into fair shows, where he was doing state fairs. And he would look at the card. That's how he was using Jake and Honky Tonk Man and the Bushwhackers, et cetera, et cetera. And apparently he made a lot of money in the time, made good money.
Well, see, here's the thing.
Fairs. Yeah.
That's what. Time that this became a thing you could do, most of the territory out of commission, right? But the old county fair thing, especially down south, was they pay $1,500 or $3,000. Hey, $5,000. That fair's a big fair, and the local territory would, just send a ring and the boys over it. It was a sold show, so you knew what you were getting. But the state fairs had bigger budgets because it was the state fucking fair. Crockett, I think, got $50,000 one year from the Indiana State Fair in Indianapolis, and so they had fair board convention. The big companies didn't want to mess with it, so he had a great kind of lane there.
Yeah, again, very sad news. He was in Memphis at the Mega Maharishi. He was one of the mighty Yankees tag teams. There were multiple, but the tag team in the late 80s in Florida with Bob Cook, his longtime tag team partner. Again, very sad news. If anyone has not heard of Jerry Gray or wants to learn more about him, go through the 605 Super Podcast archives. A bunch of shows with him, and he'll teach you a lot. You'll learn a lot about someone you may not have heard about otherwise.
Nice guy, too.
Very nice guy. Very sad to hear this. But Jim, as we move on, we have a lot of...
No wonder it keeps raining outside. It's pouring. The more wrestling I watch, prophecy come true.
Well, why don't we talk about Saturday night's main event? An event that you and I were not looking forward to watching. It seemed like WWE gave a B or C show to Peacock. Not a lot of star power. The fans there seem to be into it.
Remember, a lot of people tweeted us because I said, well, it's Fort Wayne, anything will get over, right? And they're like, yeah, people from Fort Wayne said, yeah, you're right.
Well, let's talk about Saturday night's main event.
Well, and first off, we will go watch a couple of these fucking matches, which I'll get into the reasons and wherewithal for in a second. But again, the bigger story is they've gone from where Saturday night's main event was a big deal on network television that would expose them to a wider audience than their normal programs, hence the name Saturday night's main event, to filling a fucking contractual commitment like a sold show at the fair. Well, oh shit, Peacock, we thought, yeah, let's set up a couple girls matches and a tag match, and in the process, let's hurt one of our main event guys. But more on that later. This wasn't Russ back in the day, was it? Are you serious with this?
It's weird too. Whenever we watching the wrong show, you need to watch, WWE Speed or WWE this and that. Man, it's a. I
think WWE needs to be on Speed. And sleepwalking through the whole
It's with the number of I can't just did one of the better numbers, so I'm curious if anything comes out.
Well, at Fort Wayne, they did have a nice crowd that, was there to cheer everything at the old Fort Wayne Coliseum. and I saw, because they had SmackDown Friday night in Lexington, Kentucky before the Saturday night in Fort Wayne. And they said, well, they weren't selling as many tickets as the last time they were there, whatever, in Lexington. But somebody said, but the Saturday night's main event is only 4 hours away. Nobody, and I challenge you to do it in 4 hours, especially in the weather this week, but I guarantee you, nobody from Lexington, Kentucky said, let's skip going to Rupp Arena and go to the fucking Fort Wayne. Anyway, Rhea Ripley, Alexa Bliss, and Charlotte Flair against Jade Cargill, Mia Yim, and Kay Fabe. And I fulfilled my obligation or prophecy. But I finished so that I could at least figure out who won this thing. And what I saw was gotten a big hug and smile and etc. with their backs turned to the only member of the heel team that'd be worth a shit to begin with. And Ripley 1, 2, 3 are all stupid and were outsmarted by heel in 17 minutes. Now, is there any detail I missed in there you'd like to fill in?
No, not particularly, no. They made me care about Rhea Ripley. I feel about her so much less, I don't remember her name.
Well, you know who, if he's still around and thinking manager Rodney Allen.
What I was going to say is, I'm kind of bored with Rhea right now. She doesn't have an edge anymore.
She was partners with wrestlers forever, but she was also opposing her favorite wrestlers, other hench women forever. She's hugged and kissed with Alexa, she's filled with human emotions. No. We wanted to see the fucking action movie star, Rhea Bloody Ripley. We could imagine drawing the sword from the scabbard and slaying the dragons in the medieval fucking castle and blah, blah, blah. Instead of, oh, I love everyone and I'll miss you. And on. The fuck is this?
I don't know, it sounds like banging or whatever.
I know, but I'm just, because I tell you what, I'm fired up today, as Troy Graham would say, I'm fired up, ready to go, moving, scooting, boogie woogie. But yeah, that was that match.
All right, well, there were 4 more big matches on this show. Let's see.
Yes, there was.
More than a minute of any of them.
Well, Soul Ruka. Because okay, everybody's making over Saul. She's just swell. So I want to say, here we go. This will be a main event match with main event opponent, single match. None of this multiple person tomfoolery. Let's get down to the meat of the matter and see how Saul can go. She can go, but she can't go long because they only went 3 minutes. Do what girls matches I want to watch her sit down. I got my pen out. I'm gonna break her down like she's in wrestling school. What the fuck in the way? I saw an interview that they excerpted on the interwebs with Saul, where she said on some in some statement, some program somewhere, when she got called by the WWE recruiters. So I got recruiters. I just out feeling around for people. Maybe I guess WWE having recruiters feeling around for may not be the best way to phrase it in this modern environment.
Hi, and may not have a direction in life. Can we put you over here?
Can we feel you? Can we?
How would you like to move to Florida?
But anyway, when they called her, she thought it was UFC. She thought it was some kind of fighting. She didn't actually know not only what WWE was. But then when she found out, she went, oh, this is cool. I'll just do this. Anyway, so they kind of, Becky jump-started it with getting on Saul and then arguing with the referee so that Saul could get back up and deck her, and then they rang the bells. I'm not sure why they did that, but Saul beat up Becky. She was looking good. Sometimes, a time or two, she did a flip just to do it. And again, I'm not trying to be the cranky old man yelling at the cumulus nimbi. I'm saying that yes, I understand that if she can do a good flip that will lead into the momentum of something or get her out of a predicament or whatever, but so it looked like every once in a while she just threw in a round off just for the hell of it. But they did a couple of minutes of stuff. She went for the flip out of the buckle. What do they call the soul snatcher?
That's it.
And somehow she had just done something to Becky where Becky bent over toward the turnbuckle as you have to do to receive this move, right? So it's another one of fucking Bandito's Germa suplexes where the guy's got to assume the I'm being arrested or fucked in the ass position and remain steady and rigid while it's so same thing. You got to turn over or bend over and look at the turnbuckle. And then Saul went to do the thing. But the idea was that Becky would pull the referee in where she was, and one would think that would mean that the referee would take the soul snatcher. Somehow, Saul's legs ended up whacking the back of the referee in the head in some fashion. I don't know. Because I didn't have slow-mo on this goddamn streaming bullshit. So I don't know how this was fucked up. I did watch it 4 times, and that's the best what they're trying to do. Am I being too hard on? Is it obvious to even to the untrained eye, Brian? Not to insinuate that your eyes are stupid or anything.
Critiquing it. She's been on the main roster, and it appears that she is having an issue with the timing because if you think about it, it's a move that works great in a training class in developmental. It doesn't make a lot of sense, and beyond, if you get past logic, because logic doesn't even apply to wrestling nowadays. It's hard to take. It's a crapshoot to hit it. The best person on the planet couldn't hit it 100% of the time. So now you have a finish that's pretty intricate. Like you said, someone has to be in a certain position. I couldn't tell, was she trying to hit Becky or was she supposed to hit the referee by mistake?
Well, she was definitely supposed to hit the referee by mistake because that's the referee fucking disqualified her for it. That's the thing. She just kind of landed on her. The announcer even said an attempted soul snatcher. And then the referee called disqualification at 3.5 minutes. So what the fuck? We have to endure these 20-minute EO Sky classics. I'm trying to watch this girl. She botches her deal. They go 3.5 minutes and she botches her one deal. And then Becky gave her 3 manhandle slams. I'm sure that was probably a shoot. Just like, God damn it, what'd you do that for? No,
but it came up recently. I think we talked about it on there. Lately, not looking as smooth as she used to. And there is a problem, I would think, where you have people who are not wrestling fans, not interested in wrestling. Because I think Tiffany Stratton was the same kind of thing. She was an athlete.
Yeah.
And they recruited her.
Well, don't say it that way. Like, 3 people and a woman, you can be an athlete and still be interested in wrestling or vice versa. The point is, no found in knowing the product enough to know what it's supposed to look like. And countless the intricacies of how and why things are done. Just have you watched enough wrestling where you kind of know what it's supposed to look like? That helps.
Right. Because you could be a collegiate athlete, but you know, the difference between a collegiate athlete and a dance star, for instance, someone who's that lacking from what we've seen, especially the women who've come up from NXT who look good in a setting where they're working with someone they're practicing with, in front of the coaches who coach them. I mean, it's all a training school on TV. But the main roster is a different thing, especially when you're working with people who've been around for a while or people who did not come in from the WWE system.
And that's now, unfortunately, the problem is there are sometimes people who have been in other places in wrestling, but who have a good aptitude on how to learn and what to do and what not to do, are sometimes going to lap the trainees in NXT that have come in with these outstanding athletic backgrounds, but don't know shit from apple butter about wrestling, or whether it's real fighting or not. And that's, and I'm sure Shawn Michaels is incredible. But what we at OVW, Danny Davis and I specifically, and Rip Rogers, concentrated on was getting them ready to do safely gotten ridiculous.
Put it in the right hands with LegalZoom. It's too important to let it fall into the wrong hands. Fall into the wrong hands. LegalZoom is the simple, affordable online. LegalZoom is the simple, affordable online solution for estate planning. If you need a will or trust, LegalZoom and assets are protected. So if you need a legal,
So
someone sent in a thing the other day. Oh man, from the cult, they're like, I can't tell. I'm paraphrasing. Is she a 20s surfer girl? Is she a 30s single mom? Is she a 40s yoga woman? Like I can't. Is she a 40s yoga woman? Like I can't. It's the funniest thing. I mean, yoga could be a gimmick. She's got charisma. It's some sparks shoot out of her head. Many of these people had to go out there and do something that wasn't rehearsed or wasn't, you know, a simple dance.
And even at TV, we would get in the ring and go over a finish for the purposes of showing them, A, how the camera can get their faces, because we only had like a 3-camera shoot. So we had to show them, here's where you need to be positioned. So, and when you do these things, so we can shoot it with the camera, and also so you don't see Dick there running out because there's only the one fucking side they make the entrance, blah, blah, blah. But there were no match rehearsals, no matches per se. Guys learned how to do shit in class. Guys then went to small house shows, the St. Therese Gym, the Derby Park Expo 5 flea market, and they called spots in the ring based on what they had learned and got good at shit, and then they did it on television. But I don't know, except for if we did with like the there was not an actual match ever in OVW rehearsed from start to finish in any kind of practice or class or whatever. I gave them the finish. They had time to fucking.
Well, Jim, 3 more big matches on this medium-sized
Yes.
main event.
Yes, Saturday night's middle card. So what did you think of Penta and Ethan Page?
Oh, that means you didn't watch it. I thought it was all right. You know what? I like Ethan Page. I like Ethan Page. I think he's been a breath of fresh air in a lot of the segments. He's a little too goofy at times, but that's what WWE likes. He really kissed Shawn Michaels' ass in that Shawn Michaels documentary. I think Ethan Page is actually pretty good. Penta is all right. I watched a match thinking Ethan Page should get the title here. We're coming in, and no, Penta won. It was all right. It was all right.
Well, that's the thing. They're just all right. It's just all right with me, and Paige is just all right with me too, and they're just all right with me, and I don't have time to just be all right. If I'm gonna watch all this fucking wrestling, Ethan Page ain't gonna be in the fucking main events, the pay-per-views, and I think Penta's just still kind of sloppy. And I'm not really that particularly interested because he never cuts a promo. I don't even know what the motherfucker looks like. And,
that doesn't matter. He's a master wrestler.
He's just an unknown fucker running around doing fucking flips. But, having said all that, yeah, that's they're fucking. And I picked up some extra time on the next match. What did you think of Nia Jax and Lash LaRue against Bree and Paige?
I picked up some time here myself. You know, again, there's a lot of wrestling this weekend, and the more I thought about it, the more I did not care at all about this match, and I started really thinking about it. And I said, there's no way you can watch this. So it takes all the fun out of it, because if I have anything fun to talk about from this match, it'll be talking to a wall, because he's not going to watch it. So
Yeah. I mean, and here's the thing. Some people out there are going to say, goddamn, they get paid to watch that. No, we don't get paid to watch any goddamn thing. We get paid to talk about a variety of shit. And believe me, that's what normally we talk about. It's a variety of shit. But the actual minutia down to match by match by match, if you broke, I will be glad to contribute the gross that I will generate off of that particular match talking about back to the Crusade for Children or anybody else if I don't have to watch that match. So if somebody send me that figure, I'll know what to write to check.
And of course, that sets it up for one more match, only one more match, a main event. This is a big test. Will Jim watch the last match, or did Jim skip the last match because it's women and he hates women?
No, the last match wasn't women. What are you thinking about?
What was the last match?
Jesus Christ, it depends on... I mean, I know Logan.
Oh, it was the tag match. Oh, it was the goddamn tag match. Let me take that back, ladies and gentlemen. These aren't women, and women certainly weren't interested in this match. But it was the big tag team match. Logan Paul and Austin Theory versus the Street Profits.
Why wouldn't the women be interested in this? They're sexy men, Brian. They're sexy. They're too sexy for their tights, too sexy for their clothes.
Sexy for their tries.
Anyhow, I wanted to watch this because Logan Paul and Austin Theory with Paul Lee Danger Heyman are the tag. Maybe we'll still have this little run of put together here, right? With old Paul Lee behind it as the Oracle. And they got a Profits, and they're trying to revamp their tag team division, which Montez Ford looks great physically. It looks cool. Is wearing those gold lame pants, and he's got the great physique, and he's doing the dives and all this stuff. And Dawkins looks kind of like the fucking nephew of goddamn, what was his name? Francis Ford Flippola, the guy that fell over the top rope. Flop Dollar. Yeah, whatever. Club Dollar's nephew here is Dawkins, and the shit looks clownish, and even though it's the same material on him, it looks clownish and baggy with the shorts. I don't see this team. I think Ford needs to be a fucking singles guy with the athleticism he's got and the fucking look he's got, and I think he needs to be a babyface single, and I don't know what you do with the other guy. Austin Theory and Logan Paul. I'm gonna read what I was writing at the time. With the benefit of hindsight, I would have been writing different shit, but they look tremendous physically. They look good as a tag team, as a wrestling team. Theory has the fucking all the basics and the little things down, and the bumping and the feeding and the positioning. Paul's got personality, and he's athletically great, even if he's green in terms of experience. But you've got, so knock him or not, you can go out there and call it with Theory, I'm positive. And he'll do whatever, or he'll make adjustments. And he can help Logan Paul. But Paul's the guy's got the heat and the attention. But they look like a good athletic team together. And with an old school manager like Paul Lee, you've got a main event tag team there. And you need them to be working against guys who are either main event singles that have come together, or who are a new team. A team that they've seen for how many years it's been there, and they've got a new outfits, and now we're pushing them again. Do you see what I'm saying, Brian? That if they're going to revamp, they can't just revamp one of the teams from their previous vamping before they've revamped it.
Well, they don't have the cups dropping from the ceiling anymore, so they've been revamped slightly.
Well, that's what I'm saying. They need to be new. I would buy Ford turning on fucking, or Dawkins turning on Ford rather, because he's fucking jealous of him and being a heel, and then we're going to program against each other. I don't know, but nevertheless, the people have seen him as the middle of the card, like all the other interchangeable tag teams they had with, again, from the Vikings to the Guns to the Zabadas. Something different. Ford again, good baby though. And I think that probably Logan Paul and Austin Theory against two baby players. Because they all can do the shit, Theory, I'm pretty sure knows it already. Against like LA Knight and Punk, they could have just a tag match that would tear the fucking house down. Because they wouldn't just be doing WWE style shit, they'd be doing wrestling. And anyway, Paul and Theory and, Paul together remind me of not only just me and the Midnight, but Heenan and a couple of athletic guys like Bockwinkel and Stevens, for fuck's sake. But nevertheless, they got a heat on. It was kind of like beating on a used mattress. He just kind of sells there. And then, I can't even remember what he did. I wrote, Dawkins hit ridiculously contrived double team on, or not double team, but a double move on Paul and Theory, and gave Ford an iceberg tag. Ford made a nice comeback, and then boom, they went back and forth. And then as Ford, Ford, again, he does the athletic shit. He gets height off the top turbo. Who was the guy in AEW? Mark Quinn. If Mark Quinn had suddenly grown up, got a good physique, and was focused on in a kind of a professional territory, that he would look like Montez Ford. He's like the Javon is different in the way that Javon is so, not frail, but thin, but does the high flying shit and blah blah blah. He should be the one to do that stuff forward in his own way because he's got the physique, and he's got a different kind of look. He can do limited amounts of this shit as well as wrestle, and he can be in his own fucking slot there. I don't see him in this team. Nevertheless, Braun ran out and tried to spear Ford, but he leapfrogged him, and Dawkins tossed him over the desk, and then they threw Theory in the ring and splashed him, but Paul put his leg on the ropes at the 2 count, and then Ford chased Paulie, but Logan Paul hit Ford with the knuckles, and then Theory pinned him 1, 2, 3. And then Braun speared both of the baby faces. So they put him over in the match, obviously, the Street Profits. They put him over, and they were there so Braun could get some heat. But in the process, somehow, one of these, I don't know, I guess it was probably Ford doing a dive, because he did most of them, although they all contributed to it. But Logan Paul ended up with a torn bicep out of this. And now he's going to be out for several months. They tried to put together the 4 horsemen, and they've all gone to the glue factory. Think about it. Seth, boom, down. Braun, boom, down. Reed, boom, down. Now Logan Paul, boom, down. What in the flying French fried titty fuck, Brian, is happening to these people?
Either Heyman or Theory are next.
Unless Heyman has a cholesterol-induced heart issue, I'm pretty sure he's safe from injury. And I must admit, I think he is losing weight. I'm detecting it. He is losing, at least in his face. Maybe can you just have your face drained? I guess they vacuum like liposuction on his jowls.
Jowl liposuction.
You haven't checked into it yet?
I haven't.
If I'm a word of lies, but nevertheless.
You would think if he was going to do that, maybe he would just fly to Turkey and get the hair transplant. Wouldn't that be funny if Heyman just all of a sudden came out with like a full head of hair?
Oh, God damn it!
Oh, come on, we've never seen it.
You know what? Okay. Here, you know what? Now I've got the gimmick, Brian, because we've been wondering how to put the cherry on top of the icing on the cake. Your phrase is for the Chernobyl cherub, Mason Rooks. He's an 11-year-old child that's been mutated from Chernobyl, Russia. He's got it. That's the last piece of the puzzle. Besides the Geiger counter entrance, the green glowing lighting, and all that stuff we talked about the other day, he signs up with Heyman. And Heyman, from being next to him on the promos and coming to ringside with him, gets radioactive and starts eating and starts growing hair. And ends up, not only does he grow a full head of hair, but he ends up looking like Lon Chaney Jr. in The Wolfman. So you've got Mason Rook, the Chernobyl cherub, managed by Paul Wolfman Heyman.
I was just thinking a beautiful wig.
I think we got to go facial hair all the way around.
Somehow I said Heyman in a wig. You could sell like mini radiation meters at the merch stand.
The Geiger counter, yes. That could be the hottest Christmas toy for all the kids. See, man, they could make them real Geiger counters. We can see how many people's fucking houses are radioactive these days. Since we fucked all the atmosphere and buried all the ground. See there?
That's what HHG stood for with ECW, Heyman Geiger.
So because that was Saturday night's main event, and to do the guy you could put in a money that would mean the most right now, and now he's down. What the fuck? And a team I liked. Meanwhile, Darby Allin just goes on and on. Just fucking hit him with a battleship. Blow him up with a hand grenade. He'll be back to work the next day. We get a goddamn main event star in this fucking place. Whoosh. On with the wind.
Tony Khan should do a pay-per-view where Darby gets a body scan. You just get to see what he's done to himself. I'm so curious. Because he shows up again every show, then he just, there's some kind of spot where you're like, oh my god, he's dead. Oh, he's not dead. Oh, he's moving around. Oh, he seems to be alright.
He just won. Yep. But here's the thing, is it a body scan of what he's done to himself, or should they scan his body to determine what's correct about it, that this can be done? Is he some kind of mutant? Is he from Chernobyl?
We'll get to the mutants of AEW shortly, but that was Saturday night's main event.
Certainly was.
Jim, with that, we shall return shortly after this commercial timeout.
Never feel like you're a marketing professional just speaking into the... But with LinkedIn ads, you can know you're reaching the right decision makers. And now, 130 million of them, in fact. You can even by job title, industry, company, seniority, skills, and LinkedIn ads. Spend $250 and get a free $250 credit for the next one. Get started at linkedin.com/campaign. Terms and conditions apply.
Back.
Good Lord, you almost gave me a heart attack.
I told you don't have to call me the good Lord, but it's nice that you do. Jim, before we get to more modern wrestling, you saw a couple things on Raw, and we have this big AEW pay-per-view to review. Let's have a break in between. Let's guess the program. Is that okay with you?
Oh, there you go. There you go.
Explain the rules while I pull these up here.
While you whip those out, I'll explain the rules as if Brian is going to go through his voluminous program collection and is going to read me a lineup from one of said programs, and I, in my borderline mystical way, am going to try to figure out the place and the year. Unless he tries to screw me around and throws me these curveballs.
And I think,
trying to swerve me around.
And I think more than that, in some cases, we try to get you to get even more precise. The month, and sometimes you even can get to the week. So why don't we aim for that? Let me start with an easy one for you, right in your wheelhouse.
Oh, in my flywheel?
I would say on a scale of 1 to 10, this will run for you.
Okay, here we go.
The opening contest, Dutch Mantel and Pork Chop versus Rick Gibson and Tommy Gilbert. Plowboy Frazier versus George Wagner. The third event, the Southern Heavyweight title on the line. Rocky Johnson versus David Schultz. A grudge tag team match demanded by Rich and Dundee, Phil Hickerson and Dennis Condrey, with Rock Hunter versus Bill Dundee and Tommy Rich. And finally, following an intermission, the main event, special challenge, Jerry Lawler versus Andre the Giant.
Oh, okay. Well, I'll go through the participants. Dutch Mantel, obviously everybody knows. Pork Chop Cash, at the time, was a single heel. They were just kind of teamed with different people, and this is the Memphis territory, by the way. It was kind of teamed with different people or working singles, and then, as I believe, well, it might have been later on the next year, but they switched him babyface, and he was quite the gimmick babyface. That was in 78. This is 1977. Ricky Gibson, obviously Robert's older brother. Tommy Gilbert is Eddie's father, who was big name in the Tennessee territory from the late 60s through the 80s. Plowboy Frazier, more noted to the WWF fans as Uncle Elmer, but he'll always be Tiny Frazier to the boys in Memphis. And this was, by the way, one of the, I'm going to say, 5 or 6 times ever that Plowboy and Andre were on the same card together. I actually saw them, and it was in Louisville, that I saw this 6-man tag match where they were on opposite sides, Andre and Plowboy. And there's a famous picture that Mike Shields took, and I'm thinking it may have been on this night, of Plowboy and Andre standing next to each other. And Frazier was always billed as 7 feet tall, but he was really about 6'9", and Andre was 7'4", and he was really about 6'10" plus his afro. So they were almost the same height. And Vince always did, McMahon Sr. always discouraged Andre having pictures taken with basketball players or whatever because he didn't want it to be too close. Anyway.
Eventually discouraged him from having pictures taken in the Memphis territory.
Yes.
It never worked out.
Plowboy working with was Gorgeous George Jr. because he came in, and it was wild actually. He and Lawler, Gorgeous George Jr. debuted in Louisville at least. I'm not sure what they did his first week in Memphis, but he debuted in the main event against Lawler for the Southern title, and they had and ended up doing a short little program where they traded the belt back and forth. And from the start, Gorgeous George Jr., even with the valet, Miss Suzette, had been a babyface against Lawler, but then he switched heel, and they had gotten together somehow by the end of the year because they were all heels, and then he turned on Lawler when Lawler had cut promo on him that his father died broke and penniless with a whiskey bottle in his back pocket in a gutter somewhere, and George came out and cried and said his father wasn't a drunk and an alcoholic like Lawler said. He was a good man. And he becomes George Wagner, because that was Gorgeous George's real last name, or real name, George Wagner. Rocky Johnson, the Southern champion, defending against David Schultz. This was Schultz, the start of Schultz's second full year in the business, but he had already been used in the Tennessee territory in a number of positions and was already a good worker, and actually was a lot more, not mobile, but when he was younger, before he became the badass that he would become, Dr. D, and got even bigger, when he was like 25 to 30, he was dropping these wild elbows off the top rope, all kind of shit. Rich and Dundee in a program with Hickerson and Condrey for the Southern Tag Team title. Tommy Rich and Bill Dundee were the most popular babyface tag team, I would say, in between probably Tommy Gilbert and Eddie Marlin in 73, 74, and then when finally Lawler and Dundee would start teaming up in 78, Rich and Dundee were the fucking, the monkeys. They were the teeny bopper idols. And Rock Hunter, for just a brief period of time, managed Hickerson and Condrey, and I didn't never really get Rock Hunter as a manager. Or just, he had a great face, and but he just, a little bland. And of course, the main event with Lawler and Andre was the first and only singles match that those two guys would ever have with each other, which means that this is the Louisville Gardens on April 5th, 1977, and you tried to get one by over there.
Well, jackpot.
The bell time of 8 o'clock.
April 1977, Louisville Wrestling at the Louisville Gardens. Watch professional wrestling every Saturday on WDRB Channel 41 in Louisville, and get your advance tickets at Louisville Gardens on the day of the matches.
And here's the thing, thinking about this just real quick, not only was there no Ticketmaster in those days, or no way to buy tickets online, there weren't even any ticket outlets in Louisville. Some cities for the wrestling matches, they'd have, sponsors where you could go into, like in Indian, would be furniture stores or men's clothing. You can go into Ross and Babcock or Ross and Young on whatever Meridian Street, pick up your advance tickets. In Louisville, the matches, well, let's say were every Tuesday night for the sake of argument. Sometimes they went Sunday, blah, blah, blah. But every Tuesday, the box office was open usually and Tuesday, or 10 and 5, and Tuesday, 10 o'clock until match time. And then when they figured out that not a lot of people came to get the tickets the day before, sometimes that because they had to pay, right, extra, the, ticket seller. Just have the tickets on sale the day of, but the night of the matches, they would take a 5-minute intermission after the first match because advance tickets would be on sale for next week's matches then, and people would hit the fucking lobby and they would miss the second match getting tickets for fucking next week. So between the people that had the first 2 or 3 rows reserved in their names for years and years, and then the people that bought their tickets for next week after the first match, then 85% of your crowd, they came by either on Tuesday if they happened to be downtown, or they just came and bought at the door, and it was a fucking flood trying to get those people in.
All right, well, let's go to our next program here, Jim.
I can see you're thrilled.
This is great wrestling history, but we have a long way to go. Jim, the first event, Doug Gilbert versus Rene Goulet.
Okay.
The second event, Jose Lothario versus Tokyo Tom. The third event, Ivan Furbo versus Dory Funk Jr. The semifinal, Ricky Romero versus Dandy Jack Donovan, 2 out of 3 falls, 45-minute time limit. And
Was Vern Bottoms in his corner?
It does not say that she was there, but the main event, 2 out of 3 falls, 1 hour time limit. Jake Smith and Luke Brown versus Iron Mike, which would be Iron Mike DiBiase, and Jack Kane.
Good Lord. Okay. Well, first of all, let's go down to participants. When you said Doug Gilbert, I was reading lots of other. I said, my God, he would have been 70. This was the Doug Gilbert from the 60s, who I think his real name was Doug Lindsay. And Rene Goulet was the man who wrestled as Rene Goulet, then became Sergeant Jacques Goulet of the French Foreign Legion, and then was Rene Goulet the agent for the WWF for years and years.
What do you like better, Rene or Jacques, for him?
Oh, wow. I guess he was a dashing young babyface in his day, but when I first saw him, it was him and Don Fargo as the Legionnaires for Bruiser. And I'm like, oh, this is the greatest thing. He had the accent for real, right? He's different. The clown is down. And with the French Foreign Legion outfit on and everything, and the riding crop. Oh, yeah. Jose Lothario and Tokyo Tom. Jose, obviously, people know as Shawn Michaels' trainer and the guy that he ignored on television for that run. Jose was a huge babyface in the southwestern states, and this was probably still before the majority of the best of his run is in Houston and places like that. Tokyo Tom was a guy who worked this territory that I don't know much about. Dory Jr. being on the card against Ivan Furbo. And I know that Pampero Furbo worked under a couple of different names, but But the timeline doesn't add up unless they just changed his gimmick when he was already kind of established, or is this a member of the Firpo family, but it ain't Pampero? Or you're not going to tell?
I'm not going to answer that. No, I'm not going to answer that.
Well, all right. Ricky Romero was the most popular babyface in the West Texas territory of Amarillo, which this is where we're at. That wasn't a member of the Funk family, and Dandy Jack Donovan, of course, famous for a fucking halfway shoot in Louisville with Tojo Yamamoto when he got pissed that ended up with him getting the shit kicked out of him at the TV station in Nashville the next day. And Iron Mike DiBiase with Jack Kane, who was Dory Sr.'s brother-in-law, correct? Am I getting the relationship right? And who didn't, he didn't play else, I don't think, but there was a period of time where he went and then ended up trying to take the Detroit territory away and some of the talent and run opposition or whatever. And Jake Smith and Luke Brown, obviously Grizzly Smith and Luke Brown were the Kentuckians. And because that's the thing is this is the Amarillo territory, and I'm just going to say Amarillo because it could be Lubbock, but probably not. But I can't see... this would have, I would say this would be like, say 1966 or 67, but I don't know that Ivan Firpo would be, or Pampero Firpo would be Ivan Firpo then, but I'm going to say Amarillo 1966.
Close. Lubbock, Texas.
Oh, goddammit, all right.
Fair Park Coliseum Fairgrounds. December 1st, 1965. Wrestling every Wednesday night at 8:30 p.m. Hold program tickets for a drawing at intermission. 14-pound farm pack ham to be given away tonight. Let me open this up here. If you think
so, I was basically 1 month and 70 miles off.
2 p.m. This gives to those wishing to purchase tickets in advance. All ticket prices, $1, $1.50, and $2 are for sale every Wednesday afternoon. We just talked about that with Louisville, how they handled advance tickets. Here's how they did it in Lubbock. As I turn the page.
Yes, that was how they did that.
World champion Lou Thez, North American champion Ricky Romero, North American tag team champions are Dory Funk Jr. and Ricky Romero. Wahoo McDaniel, completing successful football season, will return to wrestling. So that's on the horizon. And then also...
Yeah, Wahoo was still playing football at that point. During the football season, he'd wrestle off season. When we went to air for a show one time for WCW, and Wahoo was one of the agents, and a guy brought a newspaper and showed it.
You guys have a good one. I'll be at the TV count.
It was a story of when he was a